Deposition, the Honorable Kent Homer presiding. Be seated.
Good morning. Are we on the record?
We're on the record.
Okay, we're on the record in Sanderson versus Paltrow, and counsel are present. Were there any items we needed to address before the jury is brought in?
A few, may I?
Sure.
Your Honor, we had an exhibit D83 that had some personal information that we wanted to redact. So Peter would like to are you prepared to switch it out right now?
We can just redact it really quick.
Oh, can we have your and the clerk's binders, and we're just gonna blacken out a little piece of personal information that we didn't catch earlier. Secondly, Your Honor, I just want to be clear on something. As I recall, plaintiffs filed a motion that we weren't going to comment on Mr. Sanderson if he was not present all of the time. And yet, I was surprised to hear a plaintiff bring that out with Sam Goldstein. That was an entirely new opinion, entirely broadside, that Goldstein now had advised Mr. Sanderson that it wouldn't be good for him, in part because Mr. Sanderson does not take criticism well. I think that was violative of the court's order, which again was made on plaintiff's own motion. And I think that's now open game because the door has been opened. So I don't know how to address it except for the jury now knows on the advice of his therapist that it's not healthy for Mr. Sanderson to be here. So I just want to know, everyone to know, I may bring it up now because it has been brought up.
And what part of the order came out of that motion, pretrial motion?
Thank you. Perhaps my memory fails me that it was a formal motion versus an informal conversation. I'd be interested in plaintiff's memory on that.
I know there was some discussion of it. I thought there was a motion. I mean, it's not...
Your Honor, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I recall there being conversation about it. I mean, some argument and discussion formally, and I don't recall whether there was I think there was some kind of a motion from the plaintiff.
And Peter's telling me that it was discussed, but perhaps didn't make it into the written order. I'd be interested in plaintiff's memory of that and the court's.
Mr. Bueller, do you recall that? Not right now, Your Honor. Okay. Maybe you could find it, Peter, in the papers, and we can address it during a break.
And mostly, I guess, it sounds like I'm not restricted then from talking about it. That mostly I was concerned, like, am I in trouble for bringing it up? But it sounds like if it's not in a written order, and if they have brought it up, then I'm okay. That was my goal in bringing it up.
Mr. Bueller?
It depends on what they bring up. I'm not sure what he's proffering right now. It's hard to talk about something I don't know about yet.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
Bob Sykes was kind enough to call me last night and say that they intend to call Gwyneth Paltrow before Terry Sanders. Is that still the case? Sanderson.
That was supposed to be a private phone call, Steve.
I didn't know that, but I do need to bring this up because if they're supposed to rest today, Bob, if you tell me this needs to be private, I will keep it private, but you didn't say that.
Want a minute with counsel and talk about it?
If it's not going to be this morning, we can do it this afternoon. Why don't we wait?
Okay. Thank you.
By the way, Bob, I was complimenting you for being up front with me, so it wasn't a diss.
Please, no more compliments from you.
Any more issues before the jury comes in? Can you
Let me-
cue up the video and get it ready?
I just want to plug it in.
And are we ready to bring the jury in? All right, we're ready. We're ready to continue with Richard Baum's testimony by video. Glad to see everybody made it despite the perpetual snowstorm that we have outside. So, thank you. Mr. Sykes, you may proceed.
By the way, it says name Bain.
Bain.
Yep.
Okay. So earlier you testified that you believe there's only one way this crash could have happened, which is that Ms. Paltrow hit Terry Sanderson from behind. If another expert like Irving Shea says otherwise, how would you think of that opinion if that was the case?
Well, I would disagree with it. And I would like to know what the basis of his opinion was. That's basically the short answer. But if he came up with a different opinion, then maybe he considered other information that I may not have had in formulating that opinion. So I would certainly be interested in knowing what the basis of that type of an opinion.
And do you recall a defense expert, Robert Hush, MD?
Yes, that's the neurologist.
And his report is you know, the actual written part is less than 6 pages, maybe 5 even. And most of it is, or much of it is the review of his, the things he reviewed. Is it your understanding that Dr. Hush did not examine Terry Sanderson personally, correct?
That's my understanding.
What does that mean to you regarding his opinions, this Dr. Hush?
I have always myself have insisted on examining the patient directly to corroborate the medical records and to get more insight, because medical records are just what they are, records. If you have the source in front of you that you're able to query, I find that that is very, very helpful. So some people or some of my professional colleagues don't do that, and I feel that they may be at a disadvantage in doing it that way. But my preference has always been to examine the patient.
I'm just going to read you what his report says. This Dr. Hush.
It's Dr. Hesh, actually.
Hesh,
just to
okay.
help you. Yeah.
Dr. Hesh, he says on page 3, the persisting neurological symptoms Mr. Sanderson reports since the February 2016 ski accident are likely attributable to pre-existing health conditions. How would you respond to that?
I would disagree with that. I mean, even though he does have a history of high blood pressure, high cholesterol, I do not feel that he had those symptoms beforehand and they became prevalent after the closed head injury. So you have to be able to account for that timeline, if you will, or that clinical history.
Then on page 4, he says under part 2, I'm not entirely convinced that Mr. Sanderson experienced a mild concussion. How would you respond to that?
Well, I would definitely disagree with that. I mean, we have evidence of him having the disorientation afterwards. So certainly there were concussive symptoms noted shortly after the event, which would define the concussion. And it's like I said, the issue has always been whether or not these symptoms are permanent or transitory in nature.
Then on page, bottom of page 4 under number 3, he says, the persisting symptoms Mr. Sanderson attributes to the ski accident are subjective ones, confusion, memory problems. Objective criteria do not establish that Mr. Sanderson experienced a permanent neurological injury during the ski accident. How would you respond to that?
Well, keep in mind, in this particular type of patient, you have the objective evidence of the witnesses, the before and after witnesses, and of course, you have the medical records. So that is certainly more objective because you're getting it from an observer. So that would certainly be objective in nature.
What about this, the ski patroller, Whitney Smith, who saw Terry Sanderson showing mild disorientation within about 10 or 15 minutes of the crash? How would that affect your response to Dr. Hesh?
Well, once again, that's an observer that observes someone that's disoriented. That would be an objective finding.
And then he says on page 5, Mr. Sanderson's neurological function is normal, and his records and imaging do not provide any indication of neurological or any indication for neurological treatment. Any response to that?
I would tend to defer that to his treating physicians, but certainly there is evidence in the records that he has ongoing neurological problems that need to be addressed. To what extent that they're being addressed, I would defer to his treating physicians.
Okay, the next defense expert is Stephen Edgley. Were you able to review his report?
Yes, but I don't recall who he is right off the top of my head.
Okay, he's a board certified with, he claims, with the American Board of Physician Medicine and Rehabilitation.
Oh, PM&R. He's a PM&R specialist. I remember him, yes.
He says something different than Dr. Hesh. He says, compelling evidence on page 3. He says, Dr. Edgley says, compelling evidence indicates plaintiff's concussion was mild and that he lost consciousness only momentarily, if at all. How would you respond to that?
Well, the concussion is mild. I mean, it certainly would result in some catastrophic finding like persistent vegetative state, death. I mean, he was able to get to the clinic, but so I would consider it mild as well, but the loss of consciousness certainly was present.
So when we say mild, is that kind of a sometimes deceiving term for some people, in your opinion?
Objection leading.
Well,
how would you, let me rephrase, how would you describe mild when it comes to a traumatic brain injury? Can you have, the question is can someone have profound problems from a mild TBI?
I wouldn't say profound. I can say significant problems you can have with mild TBI, depending on what the problems are. But as far as he's able to take care of his personal hygiene, which I queried him about, he's able to get about, he's able to travel, these types of things. So, and keep in mind, he was a high-functioning individual before this. He's a retired optometrist, so with a rather high IQ. So he's able to function pretty well, but certain things that he enjoyed doing before the accident, he can't do afterwards. And this can impact him. Now, how significantly it does, I defer to his before and after witnesses and to his treaters, but certainly there was a change.
How does an MTBI affect a person, or what is the range of effects? Can it be, you said,
Well,
can it be significant or?
Well, let's back up. There are numerous classifications of TBI, and different organizations have come out with this based on Glasgow Coma Scale, length of amnesia, these types of things, loss of consciousness, findings on cranial imaging. It boils down to functionality because that's what the brain does. It allows us to function, interact with our environment and other individuals. So a catastrophic, I'll just start from the words and go backwards. Catastrophic means persistent vegetative state or death. Serious, you can't take care of your own personal hygiene, so you need attendant care. That would be serious. Moderate, you're able to take care of your personal hygiene, but you can't hold down a job or do anything outside of that. That would be moderate. Mild, you're able to take care of your personal hygiene, but you're able to venture outside of the home and interact to a certain degree, but it's been effective. Now, how you perceive it as being significant or not depends on the individual person. So you can have significant problems with a mild TBI. but is certainly not going to keep you housebound, and is certainly not death or persistent vegetative state. So mild, that's what it means by mild, okay? I will tell you this, anytime you have a traumatic brain injury, that is not good.
And how about, or what are your opinions about some of the other experts for the defense? There's two neuropsychologists. One is Galit Askenazi, and the other one is Angela Eastfold. Have you had a chance to review theirs?
Yes, and I guess they were going to critique the treating neuropsychologist, if you will. And obviously they have differing opinions, but you know, the level at which they're talking about, I mean, the guy has issues. And keep in mind that one of the problems that you have with patients with TBIs, if they have the wherewithal or the insight that they realize that they have lost something, some type of function, is a loss. And so they tend to develop psychiatric manifestations of this loss in the form of depression and anxiety. And if they have a previous history of that, it just makes it worse. And so it's kind of like an exacerbation of those symptoms as well from a, what we call a non-organic standpoint. So you have to take that into consideration. And I see that there was issue taken on both sides with regards to those non-organic issues. But the fact still remains is that the brain was not functioning the way it was after the accident as it did before the accident. And so that's where the organic diagnosis of the mild TBI comes into play. So keep in mind that as humans, we do carry the psychiatric side of things with illness as well.
What does that mean, psychiatric?
Well, we're all emotional creatures, right? So we respond to our environment in different ways. Some people are more stoic than others, and others tend to, you know, bare their souls. So if they suffer a loss of some sort, it can manifest itself according to the DSM-5, if you will. That's the psychiatrist working handbook, if you will. Keep in mind, neurologists are boarded by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology. And the reason for that is that neurochemistry is so in depth that permeate both specialties. Our training has a significant overlap. Neurology training is 2/3 neurology, 1/3 psychiatry, and vice versa from the psychiatrist. So there's a significant overlap because the clinical manifestations sometimes are subtle between one diagnosis and another.
So, just in summary, Sanderson, in your opinion, suffered a mild traumatic brain injury or closed head injury in this ski crash, correct?
A mild TBI as a result of a closed head injury.
Okay. And the evidence from the broken rib x-rays indicate that he was hit from the back side. Or what are your opinions regarding that?
He was hit from the rear on the left side to the right, and then made contact with the ground.
And when someone suffers those kinds of broken ribs, what manifestations would you expect to see from those broken rib injuries right after the trauma that causes the break?
Chest wall pain and pain on breathing. And if it's severe enough, you would actually have shortness of breath.
Why don't we take a quick break for like 3 minutes, and then we'll probably finish up, and then James can have you, if that's okay. Thank you.
Well, let's make it about 5 so people have a chance to use the bathroom if they want to, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Going off record, the time is 2:04. Back on record, the time is 2:09.
Dr. Bain, how is it possible for a neurologist, for example, to come to a reliable opinion in a case such as this without an examination of the patient, in your opinion?
Well, obviously it depends on the diagnoses, but certainly it would be more difficult without the patient. But it depends on the diagnosis that you're considering.
Well, how about in this case of Terry Sanderson?
Well, you want to know if his symptoms have persisted, if you're going to make the opinion that his symptoms are permanent or not from a neurological standpoint. So I would think that it is important, but it's like I mentioned before, I have professional colleagues that don't do that.
Okay, in a case such as Terry Sanderson, how persistent do you believe his symptoms are, in your opinion?
Well, as of April 28, 2021, they had been persistent for 5 years. Now, after that period of time, I'm not a treating physician of his, so I can't comment on his clinical timeline after that.
One of the defendants, handpicked neuropsychologist Angela Eastfold, testifies, or in her report, discusses Terry's persistent concussive symptoms as being better accounted for by a history of comorbidities, risks, factors like hypertension, hypercholesterolemia, untreated obstructive sleep apnea. The list goes on, but I'm going to just start one at a time and ask you for each one. Do you think any of these things I'm going to list better account for Terry's persistent concussive symptoms? Hypertension.
No.
Hypercholesterolemia. I assume that's high cholesterol.
High cholesterol, hypercholesterolemia, no.
Sleep apnea.
No.
Prostate cancer.
No.
Erectile dysfunction.
No.
Restless leg syndrome.
No.
Migraine.
No.
Bilateral hearing loss.
No.
Chronic insomnia.
No.
So in your opinion, none of these things I just listed would account for any of the problems of persistent concussive symptoms that Terry Sanderson is suffering?
No, I mean, he did not have these symptoms before the accident, and certainly he had some of those medical conditions before.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that means it's my turn, Dr. Bain. Thanks for
Yes, sir.
making time before trial here. As you know, because you've done this before, a big part of what I'm going to do is make sure I understand your opinions, and then if there's any point at which you've said something that differs from your deposition, then I might point that out. And I believe you have your deposition transcript with you, correct?
That is correct. I do.
Okay.
But could we have
And
the time we're beginning here, James?
Sure. 2:13 is what I have.
Thank you.
Mountain Time.
Yeah.
And so you have that the transcript of the deposition that I took of you years ago, correct? In this case, actually, I don't remember if it was multiple years, but it was a while back. June 21, 2021 is what I have.
That's correct. That's correct.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so I'm glad you have that with you. I have the exhibits to that, and I can pull those up if we need them.
Under that.
Okay, so let's start though with just some couple quick follow-up questions on your background and training experience. So one of them is just, has a court ever excluded your testimony from trial?
Not from trial, no. I mean, I had a motion of limine that we were going to have an evidentiary hearing on, but the case settled right after that, so we never had the evidentiary hearing.
Okay.
And that's all I'm aware of.
Okay. And then this is just a quick question about billing. We don't have to spend much time on it. I have
Sure.
your fee schedule, which is the document that describes what you charge for your work in this case. And you charge varying things for an exam or a deposition,
Right.
records review. But can you give me a sense of how much you've charged the plaintiffs to this point?
I think I've only charged my retainer, which was $4,000 a few years back. Now, I am charging $5,000 for the preparation and the testimony today. So that I have. Now, I don't know if I received that $5,000 yet. My administrator would know that, but I would expect that I've received $9,000 today.
Thank you. And then what about time spent? Do you know how many hours you've spent working on the case?
No, I just jot that down, and my rate changed last year. So before, when I was hired on this case, I was only charging like $400 an hour. So I would imagine I've spent clearly 10 to 15 hours for sure on this matter.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Have you ever worked as a biomechanics expert in snow sports science?
Snow sports science?
Yes.
No, no one's made themselves out as a snow sports science institution that actually hired me on something, but no.
Okay.
I would have to say no to that.
Okay. And speaking of such institutions, do you belong to any organizations that do work specifically in snow sports science?
No, I'm a member of the American Academy of Neurology, the Biomedical Engineering Society, and the Society of Automotive Engineers only.
I see. And have you ever performed research that focuses specifically on biomechanics as applied in snow sports like skiing?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
I don't design skis.
Right. Okay. And I just want to make sure I understand the way you see your role in this case. At your deposition in 2021, you told me that, and I'll use your term, the main thrust of your testimony would be your biomechanics opinions. Do you remember that?
Or biomedical engineering opinions. Yes, I feel that way now.
Okay, great. So the term biomechanics, let's make sure we understand it because it's not one, at least that I use all the time. You just clarified it. When we're talking about your biomechanics opinions, we're talking about biomedical engineering. Is that right?
Right. Biomechanics falls under biomedical engineering. Okay, so just get that straight. And it, like I said, is a very wide range field, and people are doing all kinds of research in all different aspects of the field. So biomechanics, keep in mind that biomechanical engineers tend to deal with inanimate objects for the most part, whereas biomedical engineers tend to deal with not only inanimate objects, but also with human.
Right, a human subject. Okay. So as you just said to me, you see your role as providing mainly those biomedical engineering.
I mean, the medical records gives us the diagnoses. I mean, his rib fractures have healed up. I mean, we know that. But he has this persistent concussive symptoms that we see throughout the medical records. My job wasn't to treat and diagnose him and come up with a treatment paradigm. My job was to determine how that happened. And I think I've pretty much put that out with obviously the information that I had available to come up with my opinions.
Right. And so I think you've already said this earlier in your testimony today, in terms of the neurological symptoms and the neuropsychological evaluations, you're happy to defer to the treaters in Mr. Sanderson's case.
Well, they're the ones that made the diagnosis. And so I find that after evaluating the patient, his history is consistent with medical records from which the diagnoses were made. So I'm not going to refute that he has a mild traumatic brain injury due to a persisting concussive symptomatology, or the fact that he had fractured ribs in the past that have since healed up. I'm not going to refute that at all. I would say that it is consistent with that. To me, the main thrust was, well, how did all that happen?
Right. And in terms of what does he need for treatment in the future, or whether his symptoms will persist in any degree in the future, you don't have opinions about that.
Objection, compound.
I defer.
Yeah.
I'm just going to make a general statement. I defer all future medical care and the costs thereof associated with that care to his treaters. So I have no opinions on his future medical care needs, nor do I have any opinions regarding the functionality, i.e. what he can and cannot do as a result of his diagnoses seen in the medical records, which I concur with. So I defer that to others.
Right, right. And how his symptoms will continue into the future, what the nature of them will be, that kind of thing.
That is correct. I mean, I defer that to his treaters or the overall long-term prognosis of his symptoms. So
Right.
Once again, I defer all of that to his treaters.
Okay. Another thing that I think you made clear in your deposition to me in 2021 that I just want to make clear here today is that you don't have any opinions about whether anyone was skiing unreasonably and caused the collision, correct?
Absolutely. I have no comments on how people were skiing, the density of the skiers, or how that they were conducting business that day, the day of the accident. No.
Right.
It
So
boils down to how, from an engineering standpoint or a biomedical engineering standpoint, how did he develop the symptoms that he has? That's reflected in the medical records.
Right. So in other words, you have opinions about the mechanics of the collision, but not who should be responsible for it.
I have no liability opinions in this matter.
So the answer to my question is yes. Is that
That
right?
is correct. I'm not pointing the finger. I'm just pointing to Newton's 3 laws of physics and the engineering calculations that are consistent, that give you the plausibility opinions that the fall in fact caused the clinical symptoms that Mr. Sanderson had.
Got it. Okay, and at the end of that 2021 deposition, you told me I've provided the opinions that I plan to provide at trial. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And as I hear it today, you haven't provided any new opinions that are in addition to what you provided during that deposition testimony, correct?
That is correct. I mean, and I read through, fortunately, I was provided my deposition just 2 days ago, so I read through it. And the last part of it, you did ask, were there any other opinions? And I said no. And we covered it.
Okay. And you, at that time, when you provided those opinions, you'd said that you did not feel like you were missing any material that you needed to come to a confident conclusion. Is that right?
For my opinions only. Okay. Right. When you just consider my opinions, I had the necessary data that I needed. Now,
right.
If there's some other extenuating circumstance, i.e., he fell off the chairlift before all this happened, 20 feet to the ground, I would like to know that. And so, but I have no history of that. So unless there is some significant departure of the information that is provided to me, my opinions still stand true today as they did back in 2021.
Right. And in fact, in the deposition, you told me that you would let me know through plaintiff's counsel if you came across new information that affected your opinions, and you did not find such information.
I did that. That is correct. That is correct.
Okay. Okay, I think you made this clear, but again, we're talking in a sort of strange way here to a jury that's not present, and it's hard for me to get a sense, are they following? So I apologize if I repeat some questions. But
no, go right ahead.
As I understand, you believe Mr. Sanderson is one of the rare patients who experiences concussive symptoms beyond 18 months. Is that right?
I wouldn't say rare. He's in the minority. Less than 5% fall under that category. So rare in medical terms is less than 0.1%, and that's based on pharmaceutical studies. So it's really not rare, but it's certainly in the minority.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. I was just using it in a kind of colloquial sense, but
understand.
But that's obviously a very small minority. 95 versus 5, obviously, is a huge disparity.
20 to 1. 20 to 1.
Got it. Okay. And it seems like you based this opinion on the post-concussive syndrome. Is that okay to call it that?
Yes, syndrome is a compendium of symptoms.
Okay.
That's the definition of syndrome.
Okay, so maybe we could just say you base your opinion on the persistence of his concussive symptoms.
That is correct.
On testimony,
as far as it being permanent.
Right.
I mean,
okay.
He had a mild traumatic brain injury day one. The question becomes, is it permanent or not? Only time will tell. You see.
Right.
And then
yes.
The medical records provide that timeline.
Right. And so you point to the medical records and then testimony from family members or friends that knew him before and after as the evidence supporting this post-concussive syndrome or persisting symptoms opinion that you have. Is that right?
And Mr. Sanderson, because I saw him.
Oh, correct. And your evaluation of him.
So that answer is yes, to include.
Okay. I believe in your deposition you said that you thought Mr. Sanderson's narcotic medication might have exacerbated his symptoms following the collision. Is that right?
Narcotic medications can definitely make, in layman's terms, anyone a little goofy, if you will. So you can certainly have exacerbations of certain behavioral elements, if you will, from narcotic use. It just depends. I would have to defer that to his treaters because they're the ones that prescribe that to him. And so they would have a working knowledge of how that medication was affecting.
Okay. And then in your deposition, I think you said that you did not refer to the fMRI, not MRI, but fMRI in any, you didn't use that in formulating your opinions at all. Is that correct?
The F, the small f in front of the MRI means functional MRI. I do not use that in my practice, nor was I trained in that element, and therefore I don't use it in my practice, and I defer the use or any opinions from that device to others.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I want to go through, as plaintiff's counsel did, I want to go through and just make sure I have a good sense of what you reviewed to formulate your opinions for the deposition that I took. So I'm going to just go through those real quickly. So
and what page are you going on, my? I think, what, page 13, I think it is.
Sure, I'm trying to, I don't have it, I have kind of some notes here. I don't have the deposition transcript, but I can definitely, page 20 is where some of this occurs, and then
page 14 has a lot of it too.
Sure, okay. And then page, or exhibit 3 to your deposition.
I don't have any of my exhibits.
Yeah, maybe I'll pull that up because that will make it more simple.
I think that would be helpful since I don't have it.
Okay, so when you gave your opinions to me in that prior deposition, and as you said today, those are all the opinions that you have provided in your testimony.
There you go. Now, I do have that page, but if for some reason my copy does not have an exhibit sticker on it, but
that's okay.
And that's what I read into the record today. So that's I have that. Yes.
Great. So I'm just looking at that deposition section at the bottom, and it lists out the people whose testimony you had read in preparing your opinions.
That is correct.
And I'm just going to note a few names that are not on that list just for clarity's sake. So Terry Sanderson himself was deposed over multiple days. You did not read those transcripts, correct?
Not before that first deposition. That is correct.
Right. And you did not read Gwyneth Paltrow's deposition.
No, that is also correct.
And
I did not.
And then you didn't read Eric Christiansen's, the ski instructor who was at the scene of the collision, correct?
I don't know if I had that before or since, but he was. He reported that he wasn't an eyewitness to the event, so I can't tell you with certainty here. I'm looking at the deposition itself, and I'm seeing if I said that or not back then. I don't recall.
On page 20, I asked you, I said, you haven't read anything from Eric Christiansen, and you said, no, I have not.
Okay, then I had then. Okay, so you found it in my deposition.
Yeah, great.
I don't have any direct recollection of that deposition, so I have to refer to the transcript.
That's fine. That's why we take the transcripts. And then another name that is not listed here is Carrie Oakes. She was another ski instructor who was at the scene. I don't see that she's listed here. So you did not read hers.
I don't recognize the name. No.
Right, okay. And then you did not read Brad Falchuk's, and he is Miss Paltrow's husband, who was also there that day of the collision.
No. I don't recognize that name either. So I'm sure I did not have that definition.
Okay. And then the same thing for the Miss Paltrow's children, who are Moses and Apple. They were there as well. You didn't read their depositions, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Hadn't seen or read the comments Mr. Sanderson made at a press conference held about this case, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that, no.
And you had not read letters Terry Sanderson sent to Deer Valley Resort in August 2016, the year of the collision, correct?
No.
And so, therefore, you didn't compare his various statements about the accident to assess credibility or look for inconsistencies, that kind of thing. Is that correct?
I did not have that information to even analyze.
Right, okay. And the same thing for Mr. Craig Ramon, whose testimony you did read. His deposition transcript
Yes.
is listed there.
That is correct.
And you've referred to him as the eyewitness today, correct?
That is correct.
And
That's what was indicative of his testimony that he saw it, but I don't have any independent verification of that other than what he said in his deposition.
right. And did you compare the claims that he made in his deposition testimony to claims he made in a prior interview?
No.
Okay, and then,
I'm not aware of any prior.
okay, so you didn't do any special evaluation of his credibility, is that right?
I only had his deposition and that was it.
Okay. And
I
then,
mean, I assume since they're under oath, everyone's under oath, they're telling the truth.
oh, that's fair. I understand that if that's all you had, then you go
That's all
by
I
it.
had, yes.
Yeah, and you were not aware, I believe, at your deposition that multiple witnesses had testified that Mr. Sanderson had not lost consciousness. Is that correct?
I haven't read any other witness statements.
Okay, so you weren't aware of those testimonies, correct?
No,
Okay.
that is correct.
And then I guess at the time of the deposition, you hadn't read any opinions from defendants experts. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. They were not available then.
Okay. But despite having not read those, the various things we've went through just now, you felt confident providing opinions because you based those opinions primarily on your physics application, right? Your application of the laws.
And
of
my,
physics.
and my understanding. Someone speaking?
Yes, doctor, please wait for his whole question to get out. You keep cutting him off.
Yeah, I thought his question was over, so
Yeah.
And also, please wait for me to just insert an objection, so a short pause would help.
Right, yeah, and I apologize, Dr. Bain. It's probably clear that I'm where I'm going, and it takes me a while to get there, so just
I understand. And you're going to have to repeat that question again now.
Right. Let's see. Oh, I was saying, despite the fact that you had not read the various things we've just gone over, you felt confident offering opinions about the mechanism of the accident because of your application of the principles of physics, basically.
Physics, engineering, from a biomedical standpoint, and understanding the human anatomy. Yes, that would be correct.
Right. And the main piece of objective evidence that you're using there to apply the principles of physics to get your answer is the rib images, or that's the fractures that you see in the rib x-ray. Is that right?
That is correct. In fact, I made the comment, if those weren't present, I couldn't tell you how the accident occurred, because then we're just dealing with the closed head injury only. And that could have occurred any number of ways.
I see. And I believe from your deposition, I saw that it's your understanding that Mr. Sanderson initially thought he had caused the accident. Is that correct?
Something like that. Yeah. I think that I read somewhere around there that he thought that he may have caused the accident. Now, I don't know how, but certainly that's what he was saying. But then again, in a state of confusion or disorientation, who knows what someone is going to say. But I did note that.
And a couple other materials that I didn't ask you, I didn't point out here that you had not read. One of them was the deposition of Michael McMahon, the medical provider who treated Mr. Sanderson in the urgent care on the day of the collision. You hadn't read his deposition, is that correct?
That is correct.
These are things I don't believe were clearly addressed in your deposition, but I wanted to clarify
Sure.
in case you had opinions on these. Were you aware that Mr. Sanderson testified that there was an unnamed woman skier that he worried about hitting just prior to the collision?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
And were you aware that he has claimed that the impact of the collision caused him to go airborne?
I think he may have said that, but I can tell you from a physics standpoint that did not happen. I mean, airborne in that he fell down, I guess you can technically say you're airborne, but it's not like he was propulsed into the air from the ground, like doing a ski jump. That did not happen.
I see. So, Mr. Ramon, you've given testimony today, and you did in your deposition, that, in your opinion, the force had to be from Ms. Paltrow had to be from the left side, from the back. Is that correct?
Yes, it had to drive. I mean, I'm not talking about directly from the left side, but it had to have a Y component to drive him to the right side. And that's
okay. So
it had to have been from the left. There had to have been a left to right component force application to cause this.
But you're aware, correct, that Mr. Ramon claims that Ms. Paltrow hit Mr. Sanderson squarely in the back?
I think that's from what I recall, but once again, if he's standing to the side, he wouldn't know exactly how it is. But keep in mind that our center of gravity is right down the center line of our torso. And if there's any Y component to the right, it's going to drive you to the right. And if it's enough to drive that center of gravity outside of your torso, you're going to fall. So it may appear to an observer that someone's being hit directly from behind, but in fact there is a Y component to the force application.
I see. Were you aware that Mr. Sanderson reported to his primary care provider a few weeks before the collision that he felt like he was getting old all of a sudden? That's the quote from a medical record.
I don't recall that, but
you don't dispute it, I sense.
I'm not going to dispute that. I mean, a lot of people his age do say that. They say it to my face in my clinic. And I don't have a medication for that.
I understand. I'm sure everyone wishes you did.
Oh, well, I wouldn't be here if I did.
Were you aware of Mr. Sanderson's vision problems when you formulated your opinions in this case?
Yes, I do believe he had some vision problems. And once again, being hit from behind, obviously the vision is, you don't have vision at the back of your head. But suffice it to say, like when I was going through the different scenarios, I determined that he was struck from behind. So his visual acuity would not come into play in that analysis.
However, that visual acuity was connected to a 2009 event that was the cause of some MRIs that he received or underwent. Do you recall that?
He underwent,
Misstates prior test, misstates facts.
he underwent cranial imaging back in 2009 for an evaluation. So now I don't know what the working diagnosis was at that time. It could have involved vision, but I don't have any recollection.
I see. And I should stop sharing this page, but it is because I think we're done with it. But
oh, there you go.
Oh, sorry. Did you?
No, I recognize all those sheets.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay. I'm just going up to this first part of Exhibit 3, which is your handwritten notes, I believe,
Yes.
from the evaluation that you performed on Mr. Sanderson.
That is correct. That is correct.
And here, you note that if I can find it, I'll look here. I apologize. I can't evaluate your.
I remember my notes, so just ask me.
Right. Well, I was just going to say I can't browse them probably as quickly as you can. But the first point here under the, I assume this is kind of a patient history, correct?
Yeah, the PTH is past traumatic history. PMH is past medical history.
Got it. Okay. And so the past, let's start with the past medical history.
Right. Okay.
You mentioned here, I believe, that he had some experience with migraines, correct?
That is correct.
But you don't note that he'd had a stroke-like event or a TIA type event here that I can see. It might be that I'm missing it.
No, he was, that would have been in his patient intake form, and let's see what he had on that. And he did circle the stroke, which was a TIA. And basically, I wrote, now here's that sheet right here. And
yeah, I can find that.
I made some notes to that. And basically, what he described was an ophthalmologic, layman's terms, eyeball migraine.
Okay, and I'm trying to figure, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what that was. And I see patients for that actually quite frequently. And that does necessitate some cranial imaging just to make sure that you're not dealing with a stroke. But certainly he had a, there you go, an ophthalmologic migraine versus a central retinal artery TIA. So the description, when you have a stroke, you tend to lose something. So we call that negative phenomena. A migraine is associated with positive phenomena, i.e. you see the lights and everything. Some individuals will have a neutral phenomena, and you can't tell if it's a central retinal artery TIA or an ophthalmologic migraine, and that's why he underwent the workup.
I see. Okay. And this is just for the record, is page 20 of Exhibit 3 to your deposition. And this is, as you called it, I think, an intake form where he's kind of circling various medical conditions that he's had in his history, and then you put some notes on top of that.
That is correct. I reviewed that with him, and I made some extraneous remarks besides some of the circled items on that list.
Okay, so you were aware that in 2009 he had this neurological event that required some evaluation by MRI and other treatment.
That is correct. And keep in mind, a TIA is not indicative of brain damage. You see what I'm saying? It was a transient ischemic attack, which resulted in no damage to the brain.
Okay, and so in your opinion, was the vision problem that he had, it's not connected to this 2009 event?
Say again, repeat that again.
Yeah, sorry, I could ask that more with more clarity. In your opinion, does Mr. Sanderson's vision problem that he's had over the years relate back to this 2009 workup?
Probably not, because that was a transient event that got his attention, and he reported it to his healthcare providers, who submitted him to a workup.
Okay, so let's go back to the, sorry to scroll like this, it's kind of dizzying, but I just want to be quick here. I know you got things to move to. So if we go to that first section that you described as the traumatic history for Mr. Sanderson, I note that there is a mention of a closed head injury. I believe that's what CHI stands for.
That is correct.
And he had that.
I'd like to clarify the record a little bit for you. I see the brackets before and after. That's before the ski accident and then after the ski accident. Okay, so I just wanted to bring that out to you. So I did get that kind of history from him. So go ahead.
Okay, got it. And it looks like he had a closed head injury at age 10, correct?
That is correct. That's what he reported to me.
Okay. But as I recall from your deposition, he did not tell you about a fall that had occurred after the accident, and that would have, I guess, been put in this after section of this history. Is that right?
That is correct. He did not report a fall, but then again, the way I asked the question, had you been exposed to any traumatic events requiring medical care? And so if he received medical care, then his reporting would have been in error. But if he did not receive medical care for that incident, then he was correct in his report.
Okay. And in his testimony, he described this fall as causing he hit his head and it caused a roughly 45 minutes period of loss of consciousness. Is that typically something that would require medical care?
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
I would think so, if someone was knocked out. Now, obviously, if it was just him there and he reported that, then the question is, how do you know it was 45 minutes? And then he may have said, well, I'm okay, and he didn't seek care. But if something like that, if it were witnessed, I would imagine they would be dialing 911.
Okay. So it seems like in your evaluation of him, he denied having any significant brain-related event or treatment before the accident, aside from, I guess, that closed head injury at age 10. Is that right?
Correct. That is correct.
And then he denied having any similar events after the accident.
That is also correct.
Okay, I'll stop sharing this for a second, and we may need to go back to it, but I want to get to this set of questions I have about your biomechanics opinions.
Sure. Mr. Sorensen.
In particular, as you...
Sounds like we're moving on to another subject, so let's take a short recess. The jury's on its way back. Yeah, do you want to let the lawyers know? Mr. Sorensen?
Wayne, do you believe that your account of the accident is the only possible account, not just that it's the most probable, but it's the only possible account, correct?
Given the set of facts that were given to me and the nature of the injuries that he sustained, that would be correct.
And the basic opinions are, one, Mr. Sanderson was hit in the back from the left, and two, some of his ribs fractured on his elbow as he hit the ground. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
And so you took that information about the rib fractures and performed calculations with a few assumptions. Is that right?
The assumption was that he fell, which we know he did, so I guess that's not an assumption. And then I knew his anthropomorphic measurements, which gives you the force calculation. So there really wasn't much in the way of assumptions. It's basically classical physics at that point.
Okay, well, one assumption that I noted was just, for example, and I'll just use your term,
Sure.
You said you guesstimated that Miss Paltrow weighed 130 pounds, for example.
Yes, yeah, that is correct. And I don't want to be insulting if she weighs more. So I just said 130 pounds, and I think that was a reasonable guesstimate. Obviously, if she weighed any more than that, then the calculation would be more and more severe, if you will.
Okay. And then you also performed, as you explained to me in your deposition, you performed a calculation that assumed that Miss Paltrow was hit by Mr. Sanderson. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
And you ruled that out because you would expect the rib fracture to be in a different place if that had occurred. Is that right?
Not only that, but the force application is just not enough.
Oh, well, in your deposition, you said that, I'll just read it here, it's on page 32. You said, if that was enough force to do it, which that's borderline, so you seem to acknowledge that it might be enough. I actually did the calculation. You'd expect the rib fracture to be in the anterior chest, not the posterior.
And that is also correct. The location is really the telltale sign. But I also did some calculations on how fast he would have had to be going and striking her at a dead stop and that kind of stuff as well. So once again, hitting her from behind is not going to give you the fracture location that we see in the medical records.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I understand this part of your deposition testimony then. It says, if that was enough force, Mr. Sanderson hitting Miss Paltrow from behind,
right,
and then falling that way. You said that that's borderline, and as I understood it, that meant that might be enough force to do it. It's borderline. It might not be.
And because I don't know how fast they were skiing.
Okay, right. Okay, that's helpful. And then you, in terms of the calculations you're talking about here, some of the other scenarios that you're ruling out, as I understand it, the pages you provided to us that have the calculations,
yes.
I don't recall any of those having the calculations that you're referring to. Do those pages contain? So like when you said I did a calculation about when Mr. Sanderson hit Ms. Paltrow, if you assume that scenario.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, that's, he would have had to been going pretty fast on his skis. And then again, that would have brought in the assumption of how fast he was going. And I don't think anyone can give you that number.
Okay, so in other words, if we go to these calculations again in exhibit 3 of your
That's for the
deposition.
head. That's for the head.
Right, and these calculations do not include the ones that you're referring to where you're ruling out certain possibilities. Is that right?
No, that is for, yeah, this is, yeah, for the head, I wanted to make sure that it was greater than 100 newtons of impact force. And so I did that for the head. And then for the ribs, I wanted to make sure that we were in the vicinity of 4,000 newtons, which we were. So I wanted to make sure that the force magnet, I mean, we know he fell to the ground. We just wanted to know what the magnitude of the force application was in doing so, and is it enough to do that? And the answer is yes.
Okay. So the calculations about the other scenarios you ruled out, did you write those down on some other pages somewhere else?
No.
Or did you just do them in your head?
Yeah, I mean, once I had these calculations here, because I was thinking about the different scenarios, then it became a speed issue or a kinetic energy issue. And so one of the things I did not have was the skiers' initial speeds at the time of impact, either way.
I see. Another thing that you assumed, well, sorry, as we're here, just it will be more efficient. These calculations, we haven't gone over them, and I'm not going to ask you to go through them in detail. I'm certainly no expert on these particular equations, but these are the equations you've used to provide or to make the conclusions that you've provided today. Is that right?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'll stop sharing this again. Maybe we'll go back to it. But one thing that I did hear you say today that seemed to be inconsistent with something you'd said in your deposition was that the skis, you said today that I think that the skis stayed on both skiers during the collision, but as I understand your deposition, I understand your deposition testimony to mean that, or to say that the skis actually came off. Do you remember that?
No, I mean, the skis, I mean, that's just from the rotational analysis that I did. You would expect, but you just don't know how tight the strappings are on those skis. And that's another assumption that you would have to make. And so really, whether or not the skis stayed on or not really didn't play into the analysis.
Okay, so I want to be fair to you. So I'm going to point you to page 31 of your deposition transcript. And you say there, obviously the skis came off because of the bindings. And
I'm looking.
It's at the bottom. Page 31, right?
Yeah, he would twist and fall down. Right. I mean, for some reason, I thought the skis came off. So, and I wasn't there, so I don't know. But certainly, skis coming on or off is not going to impact the calculations on the ribs or the head.
Right. Okay. Got it. Okay, I'm getting close, I think, to the end of my questions here.
Sure.
Thank you for your patients with them. So another thing I wanted to ask is about imaging.
Sure.
I understand it that you did review the actual MRI images from an October 2017 MRI that Mr. Sanderson underwent. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you noted in those images that there was disease associated with aging, correct?
Oh, yeah, and he also had a history of migraine headaches, so you're going to see extraneous white matter findings in the subcortex, which you do see. I also noted the enlarged ventricles and the atrophic changes seen. I really did not have any criticisms of the interpreting radiologist's findings on that study.
Okay, got it. But you didn't review the imaging taken in an MRI of 2009. We already kind of mentioned that workup, correct? You didn't see those images.
No, I did not.
And then you haven't looked at Dr. Gibby's 2021, March 2021, so it was done before your deposition. You've not looked at those images.
That was
correct?
the functional MRI, and that's a different beast altogether, so I don't interpret those.
Right, so actually there was a functional, but there was also a straight MRI, and
I did not see that, no.
Okay, got it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure on what you had reviewed imaging wise.
Sure.
In terms of this issue about whether a neurologist, what limitations, what reliability issues there might be with a neurologist providing opinions about a patient that he or she has not actually evaluated personally, I wanted to ask whether you know about the legal rules about how a plaintiff's expert, or sorry, a defense expert might be able to evaluate a plaintiff. You don't know anything about that, correct?
Well, yes, like in the form of compulsory medical examinations?
Sure.
Yeah, I do that actually quite frequently. And once again, when I get involved in defense matters, I typically do not provide any medical opinions on patients that I have not evaluated myself personally. Now, if I've done the CME on them, then I'm in a position to do so. But that's just been my personal preference over the years. And certainly I get hired to provide engineering opinions, and you don't necessarily need to see the patient for engineering opinions, because engineering opinions are plausible in nature, and you can't make medical causation opinions from an engineering standpoint.
Okay, so maybe I should ask my question more pointedly. I mean, you don't have any knowledge about whether there was an opportunity for Dr. Hesh to have an examination?
No, I have no idea on that, and I have no opinion on that as well. So that would be between you guys and the experts.
Okay, and then, and you, as you said, you have colleagues who I assume you respect and trust who don't perform these expert roles in the same way you do, where you
that is correct.
They don't insist on an evaluation, in other words.
That is correct. I just tend to be more detailed in that vernacular, if you will. That's just the way I've always been.
Covered a lot of these things already. I'm just going through my last bit of notes.
Sure.
Make sure we've gotten it all. Oh, there was some discussion of this disorientation note that Whitney Smith, the ski patroller, put on a plaintiff's exhibit. Let's see, I think it's exhibit 1, yes. Page 2, do you remember that?
I do.
I don't have that right in front of me. I don't know if you can share that, Lawrence. Is that something you could share again?
You're
quickly?
talking about this?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. Page 2, there's a section that says, what did you do? And Lawrence had you actually read it out. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
Would you like me to share that?
Yeah, that would be helpful, Lawrence, if you would. Thank you.
You just have to buy Bob a Coke Slurpee.
Oh my God.
Okay. I don't think that'll break the bank. Happy to get you one, Bob.
That's a health food, you know.
Oh, don't do it.
So while Lawrence is pulling that up, I'll just ask you, as I believe you testified earlier, your opinion is that this note about disorientation, you read that to be indicative of loss of consciousness. Is that right?
Disorientation or indicative of a concussion.
Okay, so if you go down, Lawrence, to the second page, there's right there in the middle, there's this assessment says, what did you do?
Yeah.
Assessment, mild disorientation. And as I heard you earlier, you said that this is indicative that he lost consciousness, but maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, I mean, disorientation, keep in mind, or consciousness is volitional interaction with your environment. If you're disoriented, you don't have that. So it's really technically a interruption of consciousness for that individual. You don't necessarily have to have your eyes closed, but certainly it is a symptom of concussion.
I see. So as a layperson, I would expect someone like Whitney Smith to write out loss of consciousness if there was someone that actually completely, closed their eyes, they're blacked out.
Yeah, you don't have to have your eyes completely closed, blacked out to call it a loss of consciousness. I can't tell you the number of times on a Sunday afternoon, a football player would be hit in the head and he's just standing out there not doing anything. We immediately know there's something wrong, and we run out there and we say, how are you doing? And then he calls me his mom, and we know that that's a lot. Then we bring him onto the side, and we know that that is a loss of consciousness. Clearly, disorientation, to whatever degree, is indicative of not having volitional consciousness with your environment.
Okay. So, but if we were to distinguish that kind of disorientation from being completely knocked out, as the conventional or colloquial term might be, you're talking about two different things there, correct?
Well, consciousness is consciousness. Keep in mind, there's different levels of consciousness. Out cold is one level, disorientation is another, okay?
Right.
And I mean, you can see that in the boxing ring, if you will.
Yeah, right. No, that is all perfectly clear. I just want to make sure that we're clear about what you're saying this mild disorientation means. You're not saying, I take it, that this means he was knocked out for 5 minutes.
No. I am not saying that he was knocked out cold, no.
Right, okay. And I just want to point this out because I believe it was read incorrectly. I don't mean that you were intending to read it incorrectly, but I just want to make it clear at the second part of that section, it says reassessment, disorientation lessened. So you had said he still had it, but I just wanted to note it was lessened.
Yeah.
And you see that, correct?
Well, because of the pictures of you guys on my screen, that's blocked out, lessened.
Oh, got it. I see. So I see.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. It had lessened. There you go.
Okay.
I see it now.
Right. Okay, got it. I just wanted to make sure you saw that. And
sure.
If you also go to the first page, if you would, Lawrence, there is a note. Sorry, maybe a little bit down from there, Lawrence. Yeah, there you go. So there's a section that says possible injury. Do you see that? It's under the injured.
Yes, possible injury, and you're going to have to move it over to the left just a little bit because it says other.
Okay, right. So there's one X on fracture, as you see there, and I take it that means the rib fracture is.
That is correct. Right rib fracture.
But then, and there's one on strain or sprain, but there's not an X on concussion. Do you see that?
That is correct.
And do you have any opinion as to why that wouldn't be X'd out there?
No, I didn't complete the form, so I don't know why.
Right, okay. And I think in your deposition testimony, I asked you this, but I'll ask you it again just to make sure I understand your testimony on it. There's various claims about Mr. Sanderson's loss of consciousness, how long it lasted in the record. Did you see that he described his loss of consciousness in different ways at different times?
I think that is possible. I mean, certainly he described the loss of consciousness, but I think there was 3, 5 minutes. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't completely consistent all the way through, but except for the loss of consciousness.
Right, and even in some of the records plaintiff's counsel showed you today, there was, the early on, like in this document, right after the collision, there's no discussion of how long he had lost consciousness or that he had lost full consciousness. But then later there's a progress note that says loss of consciousness for approximately 5 minutes. You read that earlier. It's the next day. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you did note that there were some differing reports about that loss of consciousness, correct?
About the time, yes.
Right. And so in your, I take it you don't have any deep specific opinion about exactly how long he lost consciousness or whether he was knocked totally out, anything like that. Is that right?
No, that is correct. He just had a loss of consciousness and that's it.
Okay. Okay, I think I am done. Let me look through one more page here.
Certainly.
Stop sharing.
Yeah, you can stop sharing, Mr. Bueller. Thank you. I've been calling you Lawrence, but I don't mean to be casual.
You can
Mr.
call me.
Bueller.
You can be casual, James, if I can be casual with you.
Okay.
May we take a short break, Doctor?
Yeah, I'm actually done. So
Thank you very much, Mr. Egan. And yes, a break is welcome.
I'd say 5 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Going off record, the time is 3:13. Okay, we're back on record. The time is 3:24. And did you want to make your announcement, Lawrence?
Thank you, Dr. Bain.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bain.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, this concludes it. The time is 3:25.
Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sykes, are you ready for your next witness?
Yes, we are.
You may proceed.
We will, go ahead.
Oh, we'll call Mark Herath.
Thank you.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Would you start by stating your full name and spelling it all?
Yeah, it's Mark Stephen Herath. Mark with a K. Stephen, P-H-E-N is the way it's spelled. And Herath is H-E-R-A-T-H. Thank you.
Hey, Mark. I'm Peter Sorensen. I haven't had a chance to stand up before the jury yet, so I'm introducing myself to them, but also to you. And,
okay.
Why don't we start off by you telling us a little bit about your education. So where'd you go to high school?
I went to high school in Bogota, Colombia, a school named Colegio Nueva Granada. And I was there because my dad was a diplomat. And I graduated from there, and then I went to college in Colorado.
And you anticipated where I was going. What college in Colorado?
Western State College in Gunnison, Colorado.
And what degree did you attain from?
History, political science.
Okay. And then after that, what is kind of your work background? What did you do after college?
After college, I worked a couple odd jobs in Denver, and then I put a package in with the Navy and got hired to fly in the Navy.
So you're a Navy pilot?
I was a Navy pilot for 15 years, yes.
Okay, and what aircraft did you fly?
I flew the A6 Intruder, which is no longer with us. It was decommissioned. It's an attack airplane, and I flew later on I transitioned to the Guard and flew the F-16.
This isn't really relevant, but what was your favorite to fly?
I loved them both.
Are you married?
I am.
Okay. And where do you live?
Well, we bounce around a little bit because obviously I'm here in Salt Lake because I love to ski. But we have a summer place up in White Salmon, Washington. We're residents of Washington. And we have a house in Tucson, Arizona.
Okay. So you kind of split time between the three places here.
Best of three places, yes.
There you go. And we're here today because we're talking about a ski collision involving Terry Sanderson on February 26th of 2016. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So let's give a little bit of background. How did you first come to know Terry?
I came to know Terry because my brother married Shea, and that was around the 2000, I think it was October 2004 they got married, and soon after that I met Terry. And I'd already been coming to Salt Lake, so it was a natural thing when my brother came to town that I met him that way.
Gotcha. So you are Terry Sanderson's, this might get a little confusing, his son-in-law's brother.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And so how long have you known Terry?
Over 15 years.
Okay. And over those 15 years, how did your relationship develop?
Well, we started, I met him because my brother and I and one of my sisters used to come skiing. And so then we started actually staying at Terry's because it made sense. And then he was gracious enough to allow me to, because I used to be a storm chaser, to come and stay at his house. So it grew through skiing because we used to ski together as well.
Gotcha. So as sort of storms would come in, you have, because of your occupation, you could fly in.
That's correct.
That's a nice life. How many days roughly in that time period, that 2016, 2015 time period, were you skiing a year?
It would depend on the storms and stuff, but I would say somewhere between 25 to 30 days of skiing at that point a year.
And how would you rank yourself as far as your ski level goes?
Fairly advanced.
Okay. And in the times you got to come in and stay with Terry, did your family get to know Terry as well?
So my son, who also flies in the Navy, he when he was 12, I brought him here for what I call his powder qualification trip. And that was about the same time that I'd met Terry. So soon after that, we started staying, him and I, at his house. And so Terry knows my son, he knows my daughter, and he knows my wife really well.
And what do your son and daughter call Terry?
My son calls him Uncle Terry because my son decided to go to the University of Utah, and so he would spend a lot of time with Terry.
Gotcha. So he came to know Terry too?
Very well.
And so is it fair to say that Terry treated you as family?
Absolutely.
You guys had a loving relationship?
Yes.
And as far as you know, that feeling was mutual?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You've already described some of the skiing that you do. I assume, did you go with Terry when he was skiing, or when you went skiing, did you bring Terry with you?
So when I knew Terry back before the accident. He had a meetup group that he met with a lot, and it was primarily at Alta, if my recollection serves me. But I'm more of I ski both mountains, so some days I would ski with him, some days I wouldn't. But I've skied with him at Alta, Snowbird, and other places as well.
Gotcha. So in that time you've skied with him, did you get a chance to see his skiing level?
Yes, I did.
And how would you rate that?
Advanced to intermediate.
Did you ever notice him did you ever see him get in an accident or have any collision or crash?
I did not.
Describe Terry's personality a little bit for us before the accident in that time period of 2014-15.
Before the accident, very outgoing, loved a good conversation, very conversational. Just really enjoyed being around people. So, I mean, he had the meetup group that he did. He'd go out and go dancing. So he's very, very, very active. Go to concerts, stuff like that.
Did you ever do any of those events with him or participate in any of those activities?
I was too busy skiing.
That's fair. So you found him to be intelligent?
Absolutely. Intelligent, witty, sharp, always interested in what you were doing and asking questions about what was going on in your life.
So he's interested in you?
Yes.
Were you ever present at his house when he was having any sort of parties or social gatherings?
I wouldn't call them parties. Maybe like he's a big basketball fan. March Madness, really big on that. In fact, I know he has a group of guys that they go to they used to go to March Madness games.
So they travel to go see the
travel to see March Madness games, and so he enjoyed watching football. So you might have 3 or 4 people over the house, but I wouldn't call it a party.
Gotcha. So you'd watch the games with him and just
right.
gather together, have a barbecue or something like that.
Right.
Gotcha. In those times, did you see Terry being social and interacting with these friends and people?
Oh, absolutely. He was completely social. That was one of his strong suits.
Roughly how many days before the accident do you think you spent staying at Terry Sanderson's house?
Well, if you do just basic math, it's got to be somewhere over 50. Yeah.
So you got to observe him from kind of sun up to sundown when you weren't skiing.
Absolutely.
And you got to know him pretty well.
I did.
Would you say it was a pretty close friendship?
I would.
Did you ever worry about Terry when you went skiing with him?
I did not. It was clear to me that that he had been quite the athlete when he was younger, because he was a very strong skier.
Did he ever tell you about any of his younger athletics?
He did not.
But you saw him to be very capable of anything that the mountain
Yes.
would throw at him.
Yes.
And prior to the accident, did you ever see Terry being forgetful?
No.
When you guys went packing up, when you guys packed up to go skiing, did you ever see Terry forget anything that he needed to go skiing that day?
I have no recollection of that, but we all forget stuff when we go up the mountain.
But he could make do if he did forget.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nothing like that stands out to you, though.
No, it does not.
Let me back up just a little bit. You've got, and I mentioned it kind of in passing, but what do you currently do for employment?
I currently work for FedEx as a pilot.
So you retired from the military, and now you're working for FedEx.
That's correct.
And so you're able to come in and chase those storms, as you said earlier.
It's one of the benefits, yes.
Gotcha. You were not with Terry skiing that day when he was...
I was not.
Okay. How did you first come to hear about the ski collision?
I actually got a call from Terry that evening. He told me he'd been in an accident. Didn't give any details at that point. and just was concerned about how he was going to get back from Park City. And then I didn't hear back from him, so I have at that point, I had no idea. I still don't know how he got back to, who brought him back down the mountain.
So he was confused when he called you about how he was even going to get home.
He had no idea.
Did you offer any suggestions?
Well, I was pretty convinced at that point I was going to get another call and to come up and, help him out, but I didn't.
Do you recall him asking you to be at the ready or to be ready to come help him?
I don't recollect the exact verbiage. He may have said I might need a ride, but yeah. I just was kind of anticipating that might be the case.
And was it a long phone call or was it relatively
Very
brief?
short.
Yeah. Just kind of informing you about the accident and that he might need a ride home?
That's correct.
Do you recall him telling you anything about his injuries?
Not at that point.
And you didn't hear again from him that day?
That's correct.
When did you next hear from Terry?
It was the following day.
Okay. And did he describe anything to you in that phone conversation that sticks out to you?
Yeah, he said he'd gotten, had heard a scream and got hit by behind, and had fallen face forward and gone unconscious on the snow, and then had to be removed from the slope in a toboggan.
What was your reaction when you had heard how he had kind of characterized things?
Say that again, please.
What was your reaction to hearing how he had characterized what had happened?
Well, collisions are in my opinion, the biggest risk we take on the mountain, so being hit on the mountain doesn't surprise me at all.
Did it surprise you that he had injuries from this?
No, that doesn't surprise me at all. It surprises me that what he had said at that point in time was that Gwyneth Paltrow hit him, and that kind of, okay, and then that she and whoever she was skiing with left the scene of the accident. That's what surprised me.
And why would that surprise you?
Your Honor, that's double hearsay. Now, how he knew, how Terry knew that had happened, double hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I think he's just describing his memory. And why would that bit of information surprise you?
Well, because my roommate in college's mom got hit on the slopes, and the kid tried to escape, and they chased him down. And in Colorado, I don't know the law in Utah or Colorado right now, but it's like a hit and run. And so it's a serious offense, and it's just something you just don't do.
Your Honor, can we approach the bench?
Sure.
patience, sir.
No problem, sir.
So members of the jury, there's no claim in this lawsuit based on a so-called hit and run. There is no claim before the jury based on a theory of hit and run. And the witness should refrain from using that terminology. The term is stricken from the record, and the jury should ignore the witness's use of that term. Thank you.
Let's move on a little bit. Did you ever notice that Terry had problems with his eyesight?
Yeah, I was aware of, he had some problems with one eye.
Okay. Did you ever see that that affected his skiing at all?
Negative.
Did you ever witness him making decisions on what days to ski based on his eyesight?
Well, I think he preferred to ski on nicer days like we all do.
Sure.
Yeah, because visibility can be challenging for anybody.
Gotcha. But you never saw, for instance, a time where he said, I'm not going to go up today because
No.
of my eyesight. Okay. So going back a little bit, when Terry finally did describe what happened to you, or what happened to him, excuse me, to you, did he ever tell you that he lost consciousness?
He did.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that, and I think you said this already, but that he was taken off the mountain in a toboggan?
He did.
When he spoke to you a little while after this accident, did he tell you that he was sore, that he was still having pain?
Absolutely.
Where did he describe that pain, if you recall?
Well, he had some broken ribs, so main torso area.
Gotcha. And did you see him, or what? Excuse me. And when was the next time you actually physically saw him?
That's a very good question. My recollection, it probably would have been within 2 weeks of the accident.
Okay, so not
immediately.
Immediate, but
no.
And when you saw him next, did you notice anything physically different about Terry?
Not so much physical, other than walking slower and stuff, but mentally for sure.
Okay, and what did you see that was mentally different?
Just slower, trying to digest stuff and conversation and stuff, and decision-making type stuff.
So in just 2 weeks or so, in between the last time you had seen him, you saw noticeable difference in his cognition, his ability to think.
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you notice any other differences in that time you saw him?
Well, he lost his some of his motivation and excitement for. I mean, he's recovering from a major accident, so he was moving slower, less motivated, less excited, less enthusiastic.
Gotcha. And did he describe that he was feeling different at that time to you?
Yeah, he was. He knew he didn't have his full faculties at that point.
And how did he describe those things to you? How did he convey that information to you?
Well, he said that he'd start doing something, for example, like an easy task, and then just kind of stop and go, well, why did I come over to this part of the kitchen or the house? So he was having issues with memory.
Gotcha. And when you saw him, was Carlene Davidson there?
No, she was not.
So this was after Carlene had left and he was having these kind of troubles.
Yes.
After the accident, has your relationship with Terry changed?
It has. We had a very strong relationship, and I was actually staying at his house for prolonged periods through 2015, but it just so happened that we had made a transition for the 2016 season, so I was actually not staying at Terry's at that point.
Gotcha.
So that, so I wasn't seeing him as much or doing as much with him.
Would you still keep in contact with him though?
Absolutely. I would, going from Arizona to Washington back and forth, I always stopped and stayed at his place in the fall and spring.
Just to check in and keep the friendship going?
Right, and I also go out to dinner with him on a regular basis.
And when you checked in the next time, and we're talking now after that 2-week visit that you had seen him, following that, what changes did you see in Terry?
The biggest changes I saw is in conversation. Like I said before, he was a great conversationalist, and it became difficult because his comprehension had gone down. You get confused. You start talking to him, and he thought you were talking about maybe someone else, and then you realize that he wasn't following the direction of the conversation. So confused, comprehension, and then after a few instances like that, you could tell he was getting frustrated with that.
And so did he show little signs of frustration
Yes.
or anger? And how would that manifest that you saw?
You could just see it, he just kind of shake his head and then try to get back into the conversation.
Did you ever witness that he was more depressed?
I didn't actually witness that he was more depressed, but I witnessed that it was like a day and night as far as before and after the accident. He wasn't going, to my knowledge, he hasn't skied. I think he tried to go skiing a couple of times, but he hasn't skied really since the accident. I can't speak to going out and dancing, but it doesn't sound like he's been nearly as active. So.
But you have not skied with him since the incident?
I have not.
Have you ever talked about skiing with him?
I talked to him the first year after his accident, about skiing. But it was clear to me that was kind of a dead-end road at that point.
Just because he wasn't interested in it, or?
He wasn't mentally prepared to ski again.
Did he ever describe to you how, you said you think he may have gone a couple times after the incident. Did he ever describe to you how those times went for him?
No, he didn't.
Did you ever see him be more paranoid after the accident?
Yes.
Describe that for us. Tell the
Well,
truth.
very basically, he, visiting his house, coming through on our trips to the north and back to the south, all of a sudden there were cameras in the house, multiple cameras in the house, and it was clear that he was videotaping both, visual and audio, and it was just, I found it to be unusual and a little disturbing, from my end.
Gotcha. So he didn't have those cameras in the house before?
No.
Did you ever see him be have problems with headaches or dizziness?
I didn't witness that.
Do you ever say that he was having those problems to you?
I can't recollect that he's ever said it to me.
I think earlier you said that you felt like his motivation had changed. Can you describe what that meant to you?
Yeah, basically it's motivation to, you get up in the morning and have a hard time getting motivated to get going and get any basic stuff done, or in his case, go out and do stuff socially.
I think the jury's heard testimony that Terry was kind of and this is my term, but kind of a fiery guy before. He was high energy.
Very high energy, yeah.
Was that the same after the accident?
Negative.
Did you ever hear, and it's been brought up a lot, and it will continue to be brought up, but did you ever hear anything about a GoPro video of this event?
No, I did not.
Has Terry ever said anything about that to you?
He has not.
So to your knowledge, there's never been a GoPro video of this event?
That's correct. To my knowledge, there isn't.
So just to recap, you would say that this ski accident has greatly impacted yours and Terry's relationship. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How so?
It's not enjoyable to be around Terry like it used to be. He just, because of the fact that he's confused a lot, and we talked about the paranoia, and he's more anxious around people. And so you can only take Terry in small doses now.
So this almost familial relationship you guys had has been forever altered, in your opinion.
That's correct.
That's all I have for you, Mark.
Thank you.
The other lawyer may have a few questions. The other lawyer may have a few
Oh,
questions.
absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Egan?
Yes, thanks, Your Honor.
How's it going?
It's Herath?
Herath, yes.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Herath.
Pleased to meet you.
My name's James Egan. I have a few questions from the defense. How long were the stays that you had with Mr. Sanderson prior to the accident? You described staying with him, I think,
Right.
50 plus times in the years prior to the accident.
Usually they were like 4 or 5 days at a time.
Okay. And then only limited interaction with him after the accident, is that right?
That's correct.
In person?
That's correct.
When you described your understanding of the accident as you received it from him, I just want to clarify, was it your understanding that that was his own first-person understanding, or that he had received that from someone else?
That was his first-person understanding of the accident.
So he didn't tell you, I was told this by somebody else.
He did not.
This is what happened. You use the word paranoia, which maybe is not a term that can be used technically, perhaps in a medical setting. You described cameras and kind of obsessiveness about people maybe watching him. I'm trying to make a sense of what you mean by
Well,
paranoia.
Back to the paranoia, I also used being anxious around people. And so it also came out in the relationships.
Okay.
When I saw him in relationships after the accident.
Okay, so if he denied in medical records after the accident, he denied paranoia, would you be surprised?
No.
Okay,
not
would
at
you
all.
dispute that?
I wouldn't be surprised at
Okay.
that at all.
And would you dispute if there are medical records that show that he acknowledged taking medications prior to the accident for lack of motivation? You wouldn't dispute that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge of prior history with a stroke-like event that caused the need for MRI scanning of the brain?
No, I do not.
What about brain imaging findings years before the accident that are consistent with aging? Do you know anything about that?
No, I do not.
What about cancer diagnosis?
I think he had prostate cancer.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
What about heart palpitations or heart trouble before the accident?
Not aware of that.
Microvascular disease?
Don't know about that.
Were you aware of any medications he was taking before the accident?
I was not.
Osteoarthritis?
Nope.
Knee problems?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
A foot drop?
A foot drop?
Yeah. Are you aware of what that is?
I'm not.
Okay, just as I understand it, kind of, malfunction of the foot such that you're sort of pulling your leg slightly.
No, I never actually witnessed or saw that or heard him talk about it.
Okay. Respiratory problems?
Nope.
Sleep apnea?
Not aware of sleep apnea, no.
Insomnia?
Nope.
Okay. Anxiety before the accident, and I mean in the sense that he was taking medication for that condition, not just that
You're
he was
telling me he was
anxious.
taking medication?
Yeah. Were you
I'm not
aware
of that, no.
You're not aware. Okay. were you aware of any post-accident travel that he did internationally?
Well, he did a lot of traveling before the accident, but no, I'm not aware of any. There may have been a trip that he made, but no, I can't remember.
Okay. It sounded like you were going to say you'd be surprised if he traveled after, or am I putting
Right,
words
yeah,
in your... Okay.
yeah.
There's a record that the jury's heard about a few weeks before the accident. It's a medical record where Mr. Sanderson reported to his physician that he was getting old all of a sudden and not doing things that he used to do. Do you remember him expressing any similar sentiments prior to the accident?
No, because when I knew him before the accident, he was still active.
Okay. And your wife is Shea, correct?
No, that's my
sorry.
brother's
Your
wife.
brother's wife, correct. Okay.
My wife is Lori.
Yes, sorry. She, I believe, has described your relationship with Mark with Mr. Sanderson as one-sided.
One-sided.
Have you ever heard that?
I have not heard that. In which way was it going, supposedly?
So I'll give you a little more, maybe, and then you can tell me if
Okay.
you have a similar understanding. There was testimony that Mark was finding out when my dad, Mr. Sanderson, would be gone so that he could be in the house without my dad there.
No, that's not true.
That's not true?
No. My visits were based on storms.
Okay. And then there was a sense that Mr. Sanderson was frustrated with you because of that one-sidedness, and that he thought it was not worthwhile to have a one-sided relationship, and that was the reason you guys stopped having a relationship. Does that...
That's not true on my side. If he felt that way, he never expressed it to me.
Okay. I think you said that you went to the home of Mr. Sanderson after the accident, maybe 2 weeks following. Is that correct?
Well, I think we met up for dinner.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
Did you have any interaction with Carlene Davidson during that time?
I had interaction with Carlene, but I couldn't say it was after the accident,
Okay.
for certain.
So Mr. Sanderson didn't talk about who was caring for him in those weeks just after the accident?
I don't recollect
Okay.
that aspect of it, no.
I believe that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Sorensen?
Mr. Herath, do you, or Mark, do you discuss medications and medical conditions with all of your friends?
No, I think it's a very personal thing, and I don't think I should be discussing or asking that kind of question with anybody.
Do you ever read your friends' medical records?
I do not.
Okay. And would it surprise you, and I know that there were some questions about this one-sided relationship, just barely, would it surprise you if Shea Herath actually said, I don't know if I would call it an estrangement. I don't think Mark knows why my dad hasn't been reaching out towards him. My dad would be civil to Mark, I believe, so it wasn't like a horrible thing that happened between them, as far as I know. He just thinks, I think my dad has forgotten how much Mark has really been there to help him through all of this. Would that surprise you?
No.
Okay. That's all I have for you.
Thanks.
Mr. Egan, anything else? No. All right. And is this witness under subpoena?
Not last, Your Honor.
So we can release him from the exclusionary rule?
Yes.
Okay. You're free to go. You have no further responsibilities here.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Plaintiff may call their next witness.
Call Shea Herath.
All right. How's the jury doing for a break? Why don't we take a short break? Or did the jury say they wanted a break?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a short break then, and then we'll proceed to lunch after, or we'll stay in the courtroom until lunchtime after that.
All rise for the jury.
We go a little afternoon before we break for lunch. Jury's on their way. Don't you plan on breaking around 1:15 for lunch?
Okay.
Or, give or take, depending on where you're at.
You assume he won't be done, Your Honor. We'll be on the next witness by then.
True. Mr. Sorensen?
Please call Shea, Herath.
Thank you.
Hi. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Good morning. Would you start by getting your body toward the microphone position,
Sure.
and then give your full name and spell your name, please?
My name is Shea, S-H-A-E, middle name and maiden name Sanderson, S-A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N. Last name is pronounced like Harris with a lisp. It's Herath. H-E-R-A-T-H.
Hi, Shea.
Hello.
Just as a little preliminary matter, as we're talking, just remember to say yes or no instead of nodding or mm-hm's, okay?
Yes, sir.
I know you're nervous.
Yes, I am.
So that's okay. But what I say is less important than what the jury hears you say.
Okay.
So we're talking right now, but if you wouldn't mind addressing the jury when you're asking your questions, or when you're answering your questions, that would be wonderful.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Why don't we start, since you've already said your name, by telling us where you went to high school?
I went to high school in Soda Springs, Idaho, and it's a small little town.
Mm-hmm. And then where'd you go on to college?
I started at Utah State University in Logan, Utah, and transferred up to University of Idaho in Moscow, Idaho.
Okay. And did you graduate from college?
I did.
Okay, and what was your degree?
I have a bachelor's of landscape architecture.
Okay. And briefly for us, give us, after college, a little bit of your work history.
After college, I took my first job in Beaverton, Oregon, which is funny because it's really close to where I was born in Hillsboro, Oregon. So I was returning back to where my roots were. And I worked for a small family-owned business. My boss was about 72 years old, and his daughter also was my boss, but he was the most joyful man I've ever known. He made me laugh every day, and he passed away recently, and he's going to be missed, but he's with me in my heart.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. We have tissues here if you need.
Oh, thanks. I will be needing those. Do you need some too?
You are one of Terry Sanderson's daughters, aren't you?
I am.
Okay, so give us the birth order if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, I am the eldest of 3 girls, and my middle sister, Polly, has testified already. She's 3 years younger than I am, and I call her my baby sister, but she's not a baby. Her name is Jenny B, and she is 9 years younger than I am, and I was a mom to her, essentially.
And would you describe your sister relationship as a close one?
Very, very close relationship with my sisters. More so with Polly because she was only 3 years younger than me, and I missed out on about 9 years of my little sister Jenny B's growing up. It was kind of surprising. We would see each other on vacations and in between, but I didn't get to witness her growing up.
When you went to college, were you roommates with Polly?
I was roommates with Polly, and she had a hard time waking up in the morning, and so often I had to go into her bedroom and shake her because her alarm would go off for a long period of time. She was my best roommate. Yeah, and friend.
What was it like growing up with Terry as your father?
So I really idolized my dad growing up because he was an extrovert. He was gregarious. Everyone seemed to love him. He had this zest for life, and he just wanted to know so much. He loved to immerse himself in learning more and more about, especially in the health industry. He would read through his medical journals and stuff. But he was a very engaged dad. He would always show up for our events and usually stay and talk with everyone in the community afterwards for hours and hours. So luckily it was nice I could just walk home because otherwise I would be there forever. Let's see. Could you read? Do you want me?
I think you answered my question.
Okay, good enough.
So,
I'll keep going, otherwise
it's okay.
stop me.
It's okay.
I will tell you that things did change later on as I grew up. My parents had a really good marriage the first probably 10 years of their life, but then things they started drifting apart. And so my dad became more of a workaholic towards the latter part of their marriage. That was really I think we could feel that as a family, that things weren't good between them. I was grateful to have my sister Polly when those things would happen. But yeah, we had a happy childhood. I was loved. I was hugged. My dad was very strict, very much. We lived in a small town, so you had to behave yourself or otherwise word would get out.
From you?
Oh, he was highly demanding, yes.
Would he set expectations and hope that you meet him?
Yeah, that's exactly right. He expected a lot of us girls, and he also kept us incredibly busy, singing voice lessons and acting and dancing. And so my mom was the taxi driver, but she also had a full-time job.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So did you have the opportunity to work with him in his eye clinics as well?
I did. Actually, I was so blessed because there weren't a lot of jobs in my tiny little town. My dad hired me as a 6th grader. I cleaned his office 3 days a week. And then gradually, as I got older, he would teach me more and more of the business. And so I would work with the ladies and help them out and, verify glasses and make sure they were the right prescription, that sort of thing. And I cleaned lots and lots of glasses when I was a 6th grader and probably 7th and 8th grade.
So you got to know your dad from a father perspective, but also see him interact in a business perspective.
I did, and he was amazing. So well organized. He ran that office like a tight ship. He just, everyone had a job to do, and they did it with a smile on their face and love in their heart. And I learned a lot working with him, just about character, really. And I remember him one time, I was going down the hall, and he said, "Shea, you need to walk with purpose. When you go somewhere, walk like you know where you're going and what you're doing." And I thought, that's a good way, to live your life instead of stumbling through life or, I don't know.
We've heard, I think your sisters testified about his desire to mentor. So did you feel that same feeling growing up?
Absolutely. My dad was all about trying to fill our we sisters' heads with as much information as we could. Every road sign that had information on the history, we were pulling over and reading that, going to museums. He really, I think he was very much about character development in us girls, the importance of honesty, Yeah, just being a good human being. I think that's mostly what I have to
Just
say.
a little bit. What was your dad like physically growing up? Did you ever notice him to be deficient in any way?
My dad could do anything. In fact, he tried doing a backflip on the trampoline after I had shown him how I could do a backflip. It didn't turn out so well, but he could do almost anything except for a backflip.
How old was he at the time?
Oh,
Frames like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, because this all is just like historical.
Yeah, just to establish its relevance.
What time with your...
with my backflipping,
Yes.
let's see, I broke my arm in 3rd grade. It would have been before 3rd grade, so I was 10 years old, so 1980s maybe.
Thank you. So you moved out of the house after college and you didn't return, is that correct?
That is correct. I did come home for summers to work a summer job, though.
Was that working in your dad's clinic or was that somewhere else?
Only my after my freshman year in college did I come home and work for my dad. The other years I was trying to get more landscape architecture background, work experience, and so it was just that year.
Before the accident and in your time you spent living in the house and even up until 2016, did you ever see your dad have any problems driving a car?
No. He was the ultimate multitasker and drove a car with ease.
Gotcha. When you say multitasker, I think there was some testimony yesterday that he would read a book sometimes while driving. Was that nerve-wracking for you?
Yeah, as a child, I was a little anxious, and when we would head to Montana where the roads go forever straight away, he would actually have a book in his hand while he's driving down these straight roads. And I tended to be a nervous person, so I was always a little bit, probably why I got car sickness maybe, on edge when he was driving and trying to do something else.
It
but
never caused
he
an
was
accident.
never in an accident, as far as I know. I'm sure maybe someone else has everything about him, but I don't recall that ever being a thing.
Moving forward in our timeline a little bit closer to the time of this accident, in roughly 2009 to the time of the accident, did you, or are you aware of any of your father's chronic medical conditions?
I recently found an email. Well, first of all, my dad is a really private person, and also he doesn't ever want to be a complainer. And so he has a tendency to keep things to himself. He doesn't share when things are going bad. I think he just doesn't like to be around those kind of complaining people, and so he didn't want to be that kind of person. So I really had very little knowledge about what was going on in my dad's life. He only would call us if he was in a good mood. So, but that being said, just recently I did come across a letter that broke my heart. He said that he...
Before...
Is this too much?
No, it was...
Just objection, hearsay. Can I get a ruling?
I don't know what we're doing here, so can you ask another question?
Yeah. I'll move on. Let's move to the day of this incident, February of 2016. How did you first hear that your father had been in a ski collision?
I believe that I got an email that said, "I'm famous," in the subject line, and I was like, what are you talking about? And then below there was a link that said, here is information, I may not be quoting it exactly right, from my friend and eyewitness. And then there was a link below. And that link below, I couldn't ever look at it because you had to be like a meetup member or something. But I have a vague recollection of actually calling my dad and saying, can you give me your meetup group number so I can actually look at this? And he was able to give me that information. So I may or may not have seen what was in that link.
You don't remember the day of hitting that link and knowing what it was?
I don't know for sure at what point I looked at it. Just a little background information. I had a ski accident 3 weeks prior to my dad. I had torn my ACL and my MCL. I was not sleeping very well. I had my leg propped up on a pillow with ice around my knee. And I also had a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old to take care of at the time. So my memory of what happened during that period is very foggy.
That's fine. I'm going to put up that email, or at least the paper copy of the email. And this has already been marked as, I think, Defense Exhibit 111. And it's been discussed quite a bit. But
D102 is the same thing and will be a lot clearer if you want it. Do you want it?
Well, we're going to go through this just the way it is right.
Well, I
know
object because the top portion is not evidence.
Why don't we take it down, and why don't you use the exhibit that has been, unless you need for some reason to enter this one, Mr. Sorensen?
This is okay as he's doing it, Your Honor. Just the top third is not evidence.
Well, I'd rather that the jury not be published a document
Thanks.
that hasn't been admitted.
All right.
I want to make you all aware that you are giving out information when we're looking on these private information. Could you please white out the email addresses, or would that take too long?
Sure.
Or you could just fold over that piece of information. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, jury.
No, it's a reasonable request.
Thank you. Defense 102.
Thank you, counsel.
We've discussed this quite a bit, and we will continue to. Do you see that up on your screen, Shay?
I do.
And are you the Shea Herath that's right up here?
I am.
Okay. I'm going to go through this a little bit, but I want to point out a couple things just before we get into kind of the content. Does this appear to be the email that you were talking about with the link that you described earlier in your testimony? At least a copy of it.
I believe so. I can't remember the time, but I trust that more than I do my memory 7 years ago. So.
Okay. And who's Jenny B. Sanderson?
She is my baby sister, or my youngest sister.
Okay.
She's not a baby.
She appears to be the first person that this email is addressed to, correct?
I agree.
Okay. And then we've heard from Polly. Is that your
Yes,
sister?
that is my second sister.
Okay. And then we're hearing from you right now, correct?
Correct.
So those are the three people that this was sent to.
Yes.
Then going up, we've talked a lot about this, but what is that line right here that I'm pointing to say?
It says, "I'm famous. At what cost?"
Okay. And do you recall, because there's a difference here between "I am famous" here and "I am famous at what cost," who wrote that "at what cost"?
I added the "at what cost" when I sent my email back.
Sorry, don't want to cut you off, but so after you had tried to access this link, you responded to that email. Is that correct?
I don't know at what point I don't know at what point I was able to access, or if I even did see what was here. It seemed like I would follow through to try to see what, because this is important information, but I don't know when that happened.
Okay. And I think you said earlier that when you tried to access this, it was a meetup group login, or it required a meetup group login?
Yes.
Okay.
And I wasn't a member of Meetup, so I was unable to access that. But I knew my dad was.
Okay. I want to talk because it's going to be brought up quite a bit. Will you go ahead and read what your note says here for the jury?
Dad, I cannot believe how unlucky and how crazy this all is. I also can't believe this is all on GoPro. What are the chances? I am so glad you're okay. How are you feeling this evening? Love, Shea.
Okay. Now, Shea, this is an important answer, but with that, after being sent that link, how did any reference to a GoPro video come up that you responded in the way that you did?
So we did this in an opposite order. My apologies, 7 years is a long time for my brain. I received a phone call, and thanks to Gwyneth Paltrow's team, they were able to put together the timeline of things. And I had forgotten that actually I got a phone call at 6:13 p.m. that evening, and then I had a conversation with my dad about what had happened. And then the email came later on in the evening. And now I can't remember the question. Do you mind asking again?
You mentioned you had a phone call with your father.
Yes.
How did that instruct or have influence on this response?
Okay. After my dad told me about what he was feeling and that he could hardly think, his brain was numb, and that he couldn't take a breath without feeling a stabbing sensation in his chest, and that he had rung his bell. I believe he mentioned that with this big resort and so many people on this green run, there had to be GoPro video.
Overruled?
Go ahead, continue.
And so he said there has to be GoPro footage. There just has to be, because there was this big blood-curdling scream before I got hit in the back, and that means that a person that had a helmet cam of this GoPro would look towards the scream and catch it all on video. And so I thought, that's brilliant. You know, then we have complete evidence of what happened and who was at fault. And so I kind of assumed that maybe this was GoPro video, and we could rest easy because we would know what happened.
But you had never, he didn't show you a GoPro video?
No, I've never seen GoPro video, and it does not exist as far as I know.
So, and now, after this email, you still have not seen any GoPro video?
I have not seen any GoPro video.
So it was, and I don't want to mischaracterize what you just told the jury, but it was based on that conversation you had with your dad that you responded in this way?
Yes, so I don't know if during the time I was talking to him, if I had my leg propped up and whether or not I was interrupted by my 4-year-old or 8-year-old at the time, but when I hung up that phone, I thought there was GoPro video. And I thought that would be comforting for my dad to say, it's gonna be okay, Dad. I know you are really hurting, but we've got it on camera. So I believed that there was GoPro video at the time, and that's why I said that.
All right. I want to clear this before we go into that. I'm going to show
Lawrence,
both of them at the same time.
I've left my water bottle next to you. Could you please grab it for me?
The reason that I've laid them on top of each other here is going to be important for the jury. So this has already been admitted, and this is, the jury saw this yesterday. This appears to be the post that your dad put out the day of the incident, talking about the Whitney Smith that that helped him down from the mountain. Have you ever seen this?
And this is Defense 111, page 2.
I recognize this woman's smile, and I do remember he had an awful day, but this woman came to his rescue. She was his angel and taking care of him, finally, after a long time of being ignored on the mountain.
Oh, Your Honor, just right. That's
Sustained.
hearsay.
Sustained. The response is stricken, and the jury should disregard the last part of the comment.
Sorry.
Do you recall seeing this post?
I do. I do remember reading that at some point.
And the reason I've laid these out and gone kind of old school here with paper instead of the digitals we've been showing is for an important reason. Now, I'm going to zoom in here, down below on this pre-admitted exhibit, and I want you to look at, if we can get it to zoom in a little bit. We'll focus it up. Okay. Do you see below that comments what appears to be some sort of a link?
Are you asking me? Yes, I see the link at the bottom and then the photos too.
And that appears to be from Meetup, the website your dad was posting on. Is that
Yes.
correct? Do you see these numbers here?
Yes.
Okay, you see photos and then slash and some numbers.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want you to look at this. I want you to look and see and tell me, I mean, it's a lot of numbers, but do the photos at the numbers at the end of that exhibit with this exhibit here, do these numbers correlate or match any of these numbers down here? I'll give you a minute to look at it.
Okay. Okay, it appears
Starting with 2-6.
the 2-6 one is the first one, corresponds to the first one. The second one is not anything.
And then this.
And the last one matches up with the exception of the last digit, which is a 2 instead of a 0.
Okay. But they're close, is that correct?
They're very close.
Okay.
One's right on, the other is close.
I'm going to switch gears a little bit and get off a little bit away from this email. You've given your explanation for why you wrote about a GoPro video, is that correct?
I have a question. So the fact that the numbers matched up just means that those two are correlated.
It may.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask
Okay.
for an opinion, and
Okay.
I'm not a cybersecurity or
Okay.
not even cybersecurity, but I'm not a cyber expert, so I don't know
Okay.
if that means anything. I just think it's an interesting coincidence for now that those are correlating.
Yeah.
Now, you've given us your reasoning for why you wrote that line about GoPro. Is there anything else that you think may have influenced why you put that in an email?
I think I've already said, I think I just wanted my dad to have peace of mind that there was video footage out there that was going to show what happened.
But you didn't know that there was or was not.
I did not know that. And also, let me just state to the jury that my dad had had a traumatic brain injury when he sent out that email, which is why.
You didn't know that at the time.
Foundation,
what's that?
Your Honor.
Sustained. We do need to wait for a question before we address the jury. So thank you.
gosh, I'm so sorry.
Strike the evidence that my dad had a brain injury at the time.
Yes, the comment will be stricken and the jury's to disregard.
Let's stay on the facts.
Thank you for the counsel. After the accident, you have maintained contact with your father, correct?
I have.
All right. Have you noticed any big changes in your dad?
My dad has quite a few personality issues. Obviously, the injury to his brain has caused significant damage, enough to cause his personality to change. And
what have you?
Medical opinion. Move to strike.
Overruled as to a lay opinion under Rule 701.
What have you seen as far as your dad's personality traits that have changed?
my dad is very insecure. He doesn't show it, but he doesn't trust his brain anymore.
Is that a hard thing for him?
It's incredibly hard because he used to be able to multitask and do all sorts of complicated tasks, and now he has a hard time just following through one step at a time. And he used to be able to do multiple things at a time, so it's been really hard on his personality. He feels inept, frustrated.
You don't know exactly how he feels, though.
You're right. From his daughter's perspective, I feel that his life is exhausting.
And it's hard to hear. Have you noticed things about his ability, excuse me, let me inartfully ask, have you noticed any differences in his ability to listen?
My dad used to be a really good listener. But since the accident, his brain has to work so hard at what he's going to say next that his ears just shut down, and he's goes inside. He's internal, and he may be standing in front of you, but he is not. He's not there. He's gone inside, coming up with the argument or the next thing he's going to say, and so his listening abilities have really been hampered by this brain injury.
Now, you told, in your deposition, you told us a story about the van door. Would you please share that story with the jury?
Okay. First thing, my van door from the time I bought it, it was a brand new van at the time, but it always has a problem. I own a Honda Odyssey, and if you know them, the doors don't swing open like this. They actually go parallel with the body of the car. And so...
Your Honor, can we just get a foundation for what time frame we're talking about? She did say after this incident.
When did you buy the car?
My daughter was born in 2012. So this happened after 2012. This happened when my oldest was 11, so it's been about 6 years ago.
So this was after the...
This was after the accident, yeah. Thank you. So this van door, because children sometimes ride in it, has an optical sensor that will back the door up. The door will not close automatically, mechanically, if it senses there is something in the way, and that's to prevent a kid's arm or something getting caught in the door. But my van door has had a problem with it thinking that there's something there when there isn't. And there's a really easy fix. You just go to the driver's side, and there's a manual toggle on the dashboard where you turn off the electronics part and you can manually shut the door. Okay, that should be enough background information. My dad and I have picked up my daughters from school, and we're going to the dance shop to get some ballet shoes for my daughter, Tia, who is about 11 years old. And that means her sister is roughly six years old. So we go into the car. Oh, my dad happens to be in the passenger seat as I'm driving the van to the dance shop, and we pull up to a parallel parking position right in front of the store. And because my 6-year-old is in a booster and there's oncoming traffic, I'm paying close attention to get her out. that's not important. What's important is as we came out, I noticed that the van door on the opposite side, so on the curb side, had been left open. No one had shut the door, and it's downtown Spokane, so I was a little concerned that we had been robbed or something, but I took a look and everything was where it was supposed to be. And so my older daughter Tia jumped in. Grandpa Terry's right there with her to buckle herself in, and she goes to push the button, and meanwhile I'm actually with my 6-year-old trying to get her into her car seat. So she pushes the button and it does this funky thing, which is it backs off and refuses to close. Well, Tia's known that there's an easy fix for this. You just have to hit the button. And my dad's like, oh, I can do it. I didn't know exactly what was going on at the time. I could see through and I could hear a heated argument and anger and frustration. And my little daughter is like trying to explain to Grandpa Terry, no, my mom can fix this. And my dad's like, I know what to do. I can get it done myself. I'm the adult here. You're just a little kid. You don't know anything. And he was really laying it down hard on her. I was, anyway, what happened is with all this commotion going on, I figure out what the problem is. And I look over at my dad as he is with all of his might, like a football player trying to push one of those heavy padded things, pushing that door closed, and it is like barely moving. He finally gets it to about 2 inches closed, and I was like, oh, and I switched it to manual, so he was able to close it. And he's like, see, I told you I could do it. And he was just belittling my Tia, my oldest daughter, and just going, you know, I know what to do. I'm the adult here, and just being so awful to her. And it's actually damaged his relationship with her because he was so awful to her. And I got in the front door and closed the door, and I looked back at my little daughter, and she's just red-cheeked, and her tears are streaming down her eyes, and she is just so belittled and made to feel like she's stupid, and I just thought this didn't have to happen. If he had just listened to her, and said, Mom can fix this. And Tia was like, I knew he was going to break the door, Mom. I knew he was going to break the door. And he didn't, luckily, but it was an awful, awful experience. And I have never known my dad to raise his voice or scream or belittle or do those sorts of things. It was just very uncharacteristic of him.
And has Tia told you how she feels about that? Relationship?
She does not like my dad. She doesn't like him.
Have you noticed any other times where you've seen your dad since the ski accident in 2016? Have you seen any other times where your dad's raised his voice in anger like he was against his granddaughter?
That was actually the worst I've ever seen, and I will say that my dad and I see eye to eye a lot, so there's not been a lot for us to argue or fight about. So I know my sister Polly alluded to an interaction that she witnessed with my baby sister Jenny, my youngest sister Jenny, in which he got right in her face and said F you, like screamed F you at her, which again, he doesn't talk like that, and he doesn't raise his voice and scream. That was not the old Terry that I knew as a dad.
You had never seen that growing up with him?
No, not at all. He was so patient.
Have you seen or known your dad? Since you brought up your sister, Jenny.
Yes.
And this incident the jury heard about yesterday.
Yes.
You know the family dynamics in your family, correct?
Yes, I do. It's complicated.
Every family is. There's people that are maybe closer to one another than further away. Is that your perception?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of your.
So in every family, there's relationships that are closer or maybe some that are further away. Is that your perception?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you characterize your father's, from your own opinion, your father's and Jenny's relationship?
Before the accident or after the accident?
Let's say before, and then we'll ask after.
Okay. My sister, Jenny B, is neurotypical, and she...
A conference at your
Sure.
bar?
Yeah, sure. All right. This appears to be a good time to take our lunch recess, so we will do that at this time, returning at 1:30. Ms. Herath, if you could just remain here for just a moment. Thank you. All right, so Ms. Herath, there's a lot of medical experts in this case,
Okay,
and you're not one of them.
it's true.
And so we want to be careful that your testimony limits itself to what you observed,
Okay,
and maybe opinions that you formed based on those observations.
okay,
But what we don't want you to testify to is a medical diagnosis of Jenny, a mental health diagnosis of Jenny, or I guess describe what you've seen with her in terms of a medical diagnosis or medical terminology. Does that make sense?
We don't want that last one. Is that what you just said, Your Honor?
I think I'm a little
Yes,
confused.
we do not want you to be explaining what you've observed with Jenny in terms of a mental health diagnosis. Like a person with this mental health diagnosis I see Jenny doing these things that are like a person with this mental diagnosis.
Okay.
but
Okay.
rather just what did you see?
Oh, what do you notice about her?
Well,
Okay.
what have you observed?
Mm-hmm.
And what, and you're certainly, I mean.
Was the key word that you didn't want to hear was the neurodiversity?
I think that probably triggered the concern.
Because that's more of a medical terminology?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like an everyday observation, though.
You're right.
So,
Okay, I understand.
I mean, I could see you translating. I mean, if you made an observation about Jenny,
Mhm.
and you're using that term to describe that observation, I could see you translating that into everyday words
Okay, I
as to
see.
what you saw and what you observed.
Okay.
But in terms of using a medical sounding name, I guess, or label,
Okay,
that's what we need you to avoid.
okay.
Is counsel okay with that instruction?
Yes, and I just want to make one other statement that's separate from this.
Just a minute, then.
Thanks.
Well, I don't want to conflate the two. Are you okay with that instruction to the witness?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Mr.
we're
Owens?
making copies. My staff has advised me that somehow with the help of I'm not even going to misspeak, except someone has accessed that link that we've been trying to get.
Is that just what?
Well, right.
I'm going to hand out copies.
Why don't we do this in chambers? And if you need to put something on the record, we can do that after that.
Sure, and I'm not even prepared to. I've just been advised that that link has been accessed. Not a GoPro link, but the actual link.
It's just that this witness is under the exclusionary rule, and I'd rather not discuss it in front of this witness.
Fair enough. Should we meet at, when do you want to meet?
1:15, would that be enough time?
Sure, in chambers?
Yeah, let's start in chambers. And if you could make me a copy?
Yeah, we're making some copies. I just got handed it.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. And thank you. You're welcome to go take lunch or whatever, but you're still under the exclusionary rule as a witness, not to discuss the case with other witnesses or anybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
session, and Kent Holbert is presiding. Be seated.
Yes, Ms. Herath, you can come take your seat. The jury's on their way. What?
Can I make a quick comment? This applies to both sides. Sometimes someone's running to the bathroom like Steve Owens. I don't think we should start without him or start without me. It may just be a 30-second delay, but I just hate to come running in and the jury's over.
Each time that I do start without all the lawyers here, I'm getting an okay from the tables. Like it's okay to begin. So I guess let your table know. Don't start without me.
Okay.
If you have to leave.
Your Honor, what am I allowed to ask to use the restroom?
Absolutely. Yeah. At any time. Yeah. Just turn to me and do that. Sure. Let them know.
Seated.
Thank you. Mr. Sorensen?
Now, Shea, before we broke for lunch, we were talking a little bit about your family, about some of the relationships. Do you remember that questioning?
I forget the question now, but I remember we were talking about family.
Just to bring us all back, kind of what we were talking about. Have you ever observed, and I'm not going to ask you for any sort of medical opinion or any expert opinion, I just want you to tell us what you have personally observed in your family and the family dynamics between your father and Jenny. What are those?
I think they have a hard time communicating with one another. I think because of my dad's traumatic brain injury, and I'm speaking of after the accident. Before they also.
Your Honor, just objection to speaking causative connections to the accident, which are medical opinions. So if we could say factual.
Sustained? You can certainly use the accident counsel as a demarcation point in time. Sure. And the witness can as well.
Okay. So
let me ask a question, please.
Okay.
So after the accident, what have you observed about your father and Jenny's relationship? Again, not any sort of expert opinion, but just from a sister's perspective, what have you witnessed?
I have seen that my dad and my sister do not get along. They have a hard time communicating to one another. She thinks very differently than you or I may think, and she really comes from the heart. And also my dad is a bit of a fixer, and so he wants to help Jenny, and Jenny doesn't believe she's broken, and I don't believe she's broken either. She just sees the world a different way. But that causes a lot of problems with their relationship. And also I think after the accident, my dad has a hard time hearing, in that he is always thinking about what he's going to say next. And so oftentimes he doesn't hear the other side of the story. And a person feels like they are not being listened to in that case. And that is a big frustration, not just with Jenny, but with other people in the family.
Thank you. And you mentioned the way that Jenny sees the world. Have you ever had a situation where the two of you have viewed an event and your perceptions of that same event, that shared event, was totally different?
There was a time when the three sisters got together for a little gathering at my mom's house when my mom wasn't there.
Your Honor, could we just clarify pre-accident or post-accident in the time frame?
Let's see. This is a good question. I don't have a clear recollection, counsel, on what it's probably around the time of the accident, but we're talking about my sister Jenny and not my dad. This story doesn't involve my dad whatsoever at this remembry I have. There was a time when the three of us girls were sitting on my mom's bed downstairs, and for some reason Jenny B was very upset with Polly, and she was very angry, and she was yelling at Polly, and I could not understand where Jenny was coming from. I didn't understand why she was so angry with Polly, because she's really good friends with Polly. And she was tearing Polly down, and I thought, where is this coming from? I do not understand why you're so upset and, frustrated with her. And it felt awful because I kind of looked over at Jenny, and she had kind of a glazed over look in her eyes, and I was like, wow, something is really different. I can't put a finger on it, but something is really different with the way that she's experiencing this right now. And I'm sure that's her truth at the time, but it didn't feel like my sister Polly deserved to be treated like that. It was really hard.
Thank you for sharing that.
Can I phone a friend?
No. Not right now.
I think we can do that on cross-examination. She already said it was around the time of the incident.
I'm going to move on a little bit.
Okay.
Last little bit of questioning here for you. You mentioned that your father was very organized before he ran clinics, and you watched what he did while he was running those clinics.
Yes, I did.
Comparing that time before the accident to how he is now today in his multitasking, how have you seen differences?
Huge amounts of differences. There is no way he could ever run an office right now under his current situation. There's just too many moving balls, and he has a hard time just, getting from point A to point B. He tends to get distracted, and I think his thoughts are like a pinball machine being from one end to the other, and there's no rhyme or reason for it, so he would never be able to do that. I think he's incredibly knowledgeable, but he's not able to complete a task from the beginning to end. He gets distracted. I don't know how he survives, actually.
And before her testimony yesterday, have you and Polly ever discussed the changes in your father that you both have observed after the accident?
Let me make sure I understand your question. You're wondering if Polly and I have ever talked about things that we've the differences that we've seen in my dad before and after.
Yes,
is that correct?
Thank you
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood. So yes, of course, we're sisters and we're in this together, and we want to find help for him, and we also need to be compassionate and understanding about what he's gone through, and also realize that when bad things happen, there's a reason for it, that this is not my dad. This is an alternate version of my dad.
And so if she expressed things to the jury yesterday, and you obviously don't know exactly what she said,
no,
but would you find that you tend to agree with her assessment of how your father is now?
That is a defective
Sustained as
question.
to relevance.
No further questions for now.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to take a minute to get set up. Is that okay? Okay. You mentioned your dad needs to be dealt with compassion. Did you say that?
That my dad needs compassion. I think every human being needs compassion.
All right. You understand my client says your dad plowed into her back?
I did hear that.
Do you agree that if she's been falsely accused, she deserves the jury's compassion?
Objection argument sustained.
Help me out. Are you saying everything about your dad's personality was good before the ski accident, and everything about your dad's personality was bad after the ski accident? Yes or no?
I am not saying that.
All right. So let's slice that in half now. There were problems with your dad's mental health prior to the ski collision. Do you agree?
I don't know that.
All right. There were defects in his personality prior to the ski collision. Do you agree?
I do not know that.
All right. So I am trying to sort of reconcile these answers. So I hear you saying you're not saying your dad's personality, everything about him, was perfect before. True?
Could you restate that question? It was confusing.
It is confusing. Sorry. I feel like the wet blanket in your family exposing unpleasantries because your family is painting an unfavorably positive view of your dad before the accident. That's the preface.
Overruled.
Do you understand why I would do that?
I'm not you, and I can't be in your mind and in your situation, so I don't know your perspective.
Do you agree though if we're saying the ski accident utterly changed his life? You're saying that, aren't you?
Utterly changed his life.
Are you saying that? Yes or no?
I can't answer that.
All right. Is it fair in your mind, at least, to look at your dad before versus after the ski accident? Like in terms of...
That's not a question, I'm sorry.
Is it fair? Like on anger, on emotions, on relationships, on all these things you've been saying are different. Do you agree that we ought to at least look at how things were right before the ski collision and then talk about what they are now?
That's a portion of the time, yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to do that in my next hour or two. I'm just letting you know. What? Do you understand the concept that if someone is struggling from 26 chronic medical conditions, that it may actually impact their mental health?
I don't. Do I understand that?
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Do you agree that it might?
It depends. I mean, this person gets a hangnail a lot. And
That's
also,
not a
I don't have his medical records. I don't know anything about his medical records unless he's shared them with me, which he is a very private man.
This is a tough spot for you to be in. Do you agree this is unpleasant for you?
It's not the first place I would choose to be right now.
I mean, you love your dad. You want him to stand by him and support him. Is that fair?
I do.
Even still, when you heard that he was demanding $3 million, you were shocked by that number. Do you agree?
Those are your words, not mine.
They are your words in your deposition. Do you recall this? Shocked. I was shocked.
If my deposition said it, then it must have been said.
Did you say it? Did you read your deposition in preparation for today?
I have. I have not committed it to memory.
Do you remember? Do you remember a lot of questions about that you thought it was like, seemed like way too much money?
Those were not my words.
All right. Well, we'll get
Not,
into-
I mean, if you want to pull that up, those words in my deposition, I would defer to you and to the deposition.
Your Honor, I want to pull up Defense 111, page 44.
That's a received exhibit, right?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Page what?
It's Exhibit 111, page 44.
Has that been received?
No, plaintiff's 111, but not defendant's 111.
Has not been received.
Oh, I move for its admission.
Any objection?
Let's see what it is for just a second. It's the family coat of arms. Very.
We object as to relevance.
Yeah.
So how do we do this, Your Honor? How do you want to do it? I've got a, Terry, I can explain, or we can come to the bench.
Well, I mean, is it relevant?
I think highly.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and proceed
Okay.
if that's the objection, and I expect the relevance to be shown.
Your binder, can you turn to, can I come, do you have a defense binder there?
I do not have anything.
And just for the record, Defense Exhibit 111, page 44, it is conditionally received upon showing relevance.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sure. There's one right here.
Oh, thank you.
Let me show you this document.
Okay.
Have you seen this document before? Do you recognize it?
I have not. I have not seen this.
Did your dad, were you Facebook friends with your dad?
I am, yes.
And were you on February 1, 2016, just weeks before this accident?
I don't recall when we became friends on Facebook.
Were there times you weren't friends with your dad on Facebook?
I just don't know at what point in our life together I became friends with him on Facebook.
5 years ago. He says he's writing to his daughters. Do you see that? The second note down?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to break it to you in such an impersonal way, darling daughters. Do you see that? He's talking to you?
Yes, I see that in the Facebook post.
Okay, Your Honor, and Terry Sanderson in his deposition identified this document and said it is in fact genuine. So I move for admission.
Is this exhibit? Defense Exhibit 111, page 44?
True.
It's been received.
Thank you. James, could you bring that up? Do you understand I take no pleasure in finding these defects in Terry and your dad prior to the injury?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you understand I take no pleasure in finding defects in your dad's mental health prior to this injury?
Okay.
Okay, take a look at that document. James, could you bring that up? And maybe just do the first top half, James. Your dad recognized this, that he posted this as...
He did.
And
This is the first time I've seen it.
All right.
That I can remember.
And that's a straight jacket. And does that sound like your dad's sense of humor?
Poking fun at himself, I suppose.
And mental health, like that he's in a straight jacket. Does that sound like your dad's humor?
My dad has different kinds of humor.
All right. Let's
I
go to the...
I don't know that it really does fit him.
And then he did a little note to the daughters here.
Mm-hmm.
Terry Sanderson, I'm sorry to break it to you in such an impersonal way, darling daughters. Do you believe you received that?
I don't recall ever seeing this post. I was a busy mom of a 4 and an 8-year-old, and I did not really check into Facebook a whole lot.
All right, we can take it down. So, I think maybe the best way to do this is comment on things Jenny said and ask you if you also observe that. Okay?
Okay.
He seeks attention. This are all before the accident. Do you agree that your dad was a seeker of attention before this accident? He liked attention.
My dad
Yes or no,
likes
please?
affection, so if chosen between having a hug and not having a hug,
Sorry.
he'd love attention.
I think I didn't enunciate that very well.
Okay.
Attention, not affection.
Okay.
So
Oh.
he seeks attention. He likes attention. Do you agree or disagree? And then I'm going to move on regardless of what you say.
Okay. Sometimes.
Do you think the notoriety of this case would makes him feel powerful?
Objection. You probably use the deposition.
I'm not using the deposition.
Overruled?
Could you re-ask?
Yeah,
the
do you
question?
agree with this idea that the notoriety of this lawsuit makes him feel powerful?
I would say no to that.
That he suffered from anger issues before the ski accident?
Disagree.
That he assaulted a man, literally punched a man in the face, or something to that extent? Yes, or that's true, or it's not true?
That's not true.
Why
I
would
asked my
Jenny
da-
tell me that?
Why would Jenny tell you that?
Yeah.
She may have gotten wrong information.
Your dad thought someone was having an affair with your mother
Mm-hmm.
and went and punched him in the face. Punched him. I guess I don't, maybe I'm assuming the face. You've never heard this before? Yes or no? It's a pretty egregious allegation, so I'm
It
wondering.
really is an egregious
Have you ever heard it
allegation.
before? That I mean, this
I-
is your own mom we're talking about.
I know.
So
So
yes or no? I've heard it before. I've never heard it before.
I've never heard it before.
All right. It may have happened and you just don't know.
I was not there at the time. This is not something that was something we talked about around the family dinner table.
Okay, because you're deflecting, I'm going to ask, did your mom have an affair on your dad?
Objection relevant. Sustained.
Well, I'm trying to plant the foundation here of I don't know if my...
The objection was sustained.
Okay. I'm going to flip the question and see what the judge says.
Okay.
Did your dad have an affair on your mother when they were married?
Sustained. Just move on, counsel.
Thanks. Okay, do you agree with this statement? That your dad would push the boundaries of speed when he drove prior to the ski accident?
Define push the boundaries of speed.
He would frequently exceed the speed limit.
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled?
Go ahead. I'm trying to ask him simple questions.
So, could you restate that question?
Did your dad speed a lot in the car?
No, he did not speed a lot.
All right, let's this will help me too. When did you leave home? At what age?
I left for college at age 18.
All right, and you moved out of state, or was that in the same state?
I moved to Utah, so out of state, from Idaho to Utah.
And how many years was Jenny at home with your parents after you left?
That's a great question. My sister was 9 when I left. And so she was there from age 9 to 18.
All right. And were you close to her during those 9 years?
I was closer to Polly, but from age 0 to 9, I really treated her like she was my own human baby. So yes, I was close during those first 9 years.
The last 9, though.
Oh,
From
when
9
I
to
went
18.
away to college?
I'm wondering if you were close to Jenny during that time.
I would say our connection diminished because of my distance and only seeing her during vacations.
And that's when your parents' marriage, again, I take no pleasure in this, but you have sounds like the first half of your parents' marriage was pretty good, and the second half was pretty bad. Is that fair?
I would agree. We had
Okay.
good days and bad days, but that's a good generalization.
All right, and Jenny was there during the bad part, and you were not.
That I think it would be harder to be in Jenny's shoes than my own.
So my question, just to be clear, is Jenny was there during those hard years, and you were not. True?
I can't say that for certain because I wasn't in her shoes. I wasn't experiencing what she was experiencing.
Did you ever observe your dad being domineering prior to the ski incident?
No.
Jenny describes your dad as being domineering before the ski accident. Do you disagree?
That was her truth.
So, what's the answer? I disagree, or I don't agree.
I can't speak for my sister.
Okay. Was he ever emotionally or verbally abusive to you prior to the ski collision?
No.
And after? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And then Jenny describes your essentially emotional and verbal abuse to her prior to the ski incident. You don't dispute that, do you?
Could you rephrase that question?
Sure. Jenny describes your dad being emotionally and verbally abusive to her prior to the ski collision, and I'm wondering, you do not dispute that, do you?
Objection here, sustained.
If you have information that would tell me that's false, I want to hear it.
I guess I'm not following your question. I'm really sorry.
I'm going to say a statement, and you tell me, I know that's true. I don't. My staff is telling me Jenny never used the word punch. She used assaulted. So I'm going to put that on the record. Thank you for the clarification. If I asked you the same questions about assault versus punch, would your answers be the same?
I can't recall the question right now because I'm currently answering this question in front of me. So,
thank you. Do you believe your dad was hyper-focused on success prior to the ski collision?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that he was controlling of Jenny in an unhealthy way?
No.
He was constantly overstepping boundaries that she set to protect her mental health. Do you have any reason to doubt that? Go ahead. Oh.
Yeah. Sustained, the way it's phrased.
Do you agree that even prior to the ski incident, you would keep your father at a distance to protect yourself?
Me personally?
Yes.
No.
Emotionally protect yourself.
No.
Okay, so let's be clear. After high school, each of the daughters moved out of state. Is that fair?
When I graduated from high school, I moved to Utah. And I believe my sister was a junior in high school when she took a job as a page at the White House, and not the White House, obviously, at the Capitol in Boise, Idaho. So I'm not certain on this, but I believe Polly left when she was 17 to go to Boise.
Out of state?
No, she was in
gotcha.
state.
How about, let's say, the 1 year before the ski collision? All the girls were out of state. I should say women. All the daughters lived out of state from your dad?
That 1 year prior, yes, we all were living in a separate state.
I heard you say he was a very good multitasker when you lived with him. True?
He was excellent.
Yeah. And how many years ago was that?
Well, I have to count on my fingers, sorry.
Sure.
$30. 34 years if my brain math is working right
All right.
now.
So 34 years ago, you observed that your dad was really organized and ran a very successful optometry practice in Soda Springs, Idaho. Is that all true?
Yes. Good job remembering all that.
It's hard. All right. He was not, at the time of the ski collision, running a successful optometry practice. Is that true?
That is correct.
All right. And in fact, he had retired many years earlier. Well, you tell me how many years.
I don't recall
Over
exactly
5?
when. Probably. I'm not certain on the date, so I can't tell you. But it feels like he's maybe been out of practice for 10 years.
Right. That's my thought too. It's kind of 2010-ish or thereafter. Sounds about right.
You can talk to my dad. He will know.
And part of the reason he retired was because he lost vision in one eye. Do you agree?
No.
Okay. Would you be surprised if he told me that in his deposition?
Would I be surprised? Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Do you recall him being in a major dispute with his business partner when he left his optometry practice? Okay, Your Honor, I'll try again. Are you aware? One thing you've said is that your dad's relationships with others have worsened since the ski collision. Is that true?
For the most part, yes.
So I'm going back and asking about some of his relationships prior to the ski collision.
Mm-hmm.
You with me?
I'm following.
So, do you recall he was in a dispute with one of his business partners at the time he left Soda Springs, Idaho?
I didn't know specifics. I just knew that things did not go as planned and as promised.
So I didn't ask for specifics. How about generally? He was in it.
Overruled.
Yeah. So I'm not saying I don't know specifically, or I just want to know at all. Do you know generally that he was in a dispute with his business partner when he left Soda Springs, Idaho?
No,
Yes.
I didn't know that for sure.
All right. Why did you say not specifically? So tell me what you know generally.
Mm. I don't know enough about what was happening to make any sort of judgment.
Tell me what you know.
That my
Overruled.
So I need to answer.
Yes.
You may answer.
Okay. So could you restate that question?
I don't know if I can. I said, what do you know? What do you know about a business dispute with your dad?
I didn't know it was a business dispute. I knew my dad was having troubles with Mr. Brown, and I didn't know much more than that.
Do you recall he actually wrote a letter to the editor in the Soda Springs, Idaho newspaper? Do you recall anything in that regard?
No, I did not.
Overruled?
Have you, this trial's now on day 4. It seems like 3 weeks, but it's 4 days. Have you watched any of it?
I haven't.
And have you ever read your sister's depositions? I apologize if I've asked you this before.
No.
Okay. Are you staying with your dad literally like last night, tonight?
He is running a VRBO, yes, and I am staying with him. He's got great reviews, 5-star reviews.
Are you saying he personally or the place you're renting?
I'm trying to be funny, and it's not coming across as being funny.
No
I'm staying with my dad. He's letting me stay there.
No problem.
Okay.
All right. The GoPro email, we're getting sick of looking at it, so I'm not going to pull it up.
Yes, you're right.
But your understanding after talking to your dad was...
Wait, can I just make it clear that that whole VRBO thing, 5-star reviews, that was all just a joke, but
Yes.
I'm under oath, and he is not actually doing that. So I just want to make it clear for the record that that's not happening, and I apologize.
Okay. Humor, and especially dry humor, doesn't come across on the transcript very well.
I know.
So
I understand that. I
that's fine.
apologize.
Is it fair to say that after your call with your dad on the date of the incident, you understood that there was a GoPro video?
That was my understanding because that's what I wrote down in the email.
And you also wrote, "I'm so glad you're okay." Did you write that?
I did write that.
All right, so after talking to your dad, I think the incident was just before noon, and your email was like 9:30 at night. Does that sound right?
I think the phone call came through at 6:13.
Right.
And I only know this because of the deposition.
Okay.
And then the email, I think, came through at 8 o'clock or so at night.
His did, and yours maybe 9:30.
Okay.
But I think we're on the same page. So when he called you about 6 hours after the collision, your understanding was he's all right. Is that fair?
What I was trying to get across.
Can you say yes or no and then explain?
Okay. Can you ask the question again?
Sure. At about 6 hours after the collision, you talked to your dad, true?
True.
And then your impression was he's okay.
I didn't know enough at that juncture to know what was wrong with him.
So yes or no? Your impression was, I'm glad you're okay, that he's okay.
I'm glad you're alive.
No, it doesn't say that though. It doesn't say I'm glad you're alive. All right, I'm going to try one.
That's a little morbid to say I'm glad you didn't die, Dad.
I'm going to try one more time.
I was trying to lift his spirits.
Okay, we're not allowed to argue, and I don't want to argue.
Okay.
So let me just ask a question. I assume at 6 p.m., 6 hours or so after the collision, one of your first questions is, are you okay? And he said yes. Do you agree?
No, he did not say yes, I'm okay.
All right. I'm sure you asked that question, right? Are you okay?
In the email, I did.
No. Now I'm talking about the call at 6 p.m.
I do not recall what I said 7 years ago.
Right, but isn't this like I was in a ski collision? Isn't your very, very first question like, are you okay?
Oh my gosh, what happened?
Right? Are you with me? one of your very first questions is, "Are you all right?" Isn't that true?
I may have asked him that question. And he said, "I really got my bell rung. I can't think straight, and it hurts when I breathe. I get a stabbing sensation in my ribs."
I don't want to be hyper technical. This is why people don't like lawyers, but I think earlier you said, "I rung my bell." Is that what he said?
Not I rung my bell. I really had my bell rung, or something to that effect.
Okay.
I really had my bell rung.
We'll go with that in just a minute. Now, do you want to, should we pull up your deposition where you say, "I'm shocked. I was shocked to hear that he's asking for $3 million because I thought it seemed like a lot of money." Should we pull that up, or are you going to concede that statement?
If it's in the deposition and I said it, then I trust you.
Well, that's nice of you. Thank you. I accept your trust. But I can't testify.
Mm-hmm.
So if you dispute it, we're going to pull it up. And
Okay.
if you don't dispute it, we'll move on.
Let's move on, because I trust that what you have in the deposition is what I said.
All right. Separate from the ski collision, everything, did you ever think to yourself, all right, Dad's going to get older, and then he's going to need more help? So throw out the whole ski collision.
Mm-hmm.
As Dad gets older, he's going to need more help.
So overruled?
Go
Did I
ahead.
ever think about it?
Yeah.
My dad, prior to the accident, is very young and agile and active, and I just never thought about I didn't think that far in the future to know about. I guess it's inevitable that we all get old. I have a 102-year-old grandmother that just went to the rest home. But at that point in time, I had never thought about my dad's, what will happen in the future for my dad. I just thought he would live forever.
For instance, well, that's not a healthy thought, though, is it?
You're right. It could be disappointing in the end.
It's always going to be disappointing if you think my dad's never going to die. Isn't that true?
Setting myself up for failure.
Is the 102-year-old, by the way, is that on your mom's side?
That is.
Yeah.
She's my Native American link.
Now, your dad had two unhappy marriages that ended unhappily, ended in divorce. Do you agree?
I can't agree to that. Not the way you stated the whole question.
All right. Did he ever?
He did have two divorces.
Well, do you know any event where actually police were called with the second marriage? Do you know anything about that?
No, I do not. Are you getting your facts straight?
I'm
I have a
asking you
question.
about facts, and I have to have some basis to ask the facts.
I know, but
let me keep going.
okay.
Would your dad send you emails? You don't care about my side of the family. Did he ever send you those?
I've seen that email come through.
Would it surprise you if Paulie felt like he was not fit to drive even before the ski collision?
Would it surprise me? Rephrase that again?
Would it surprise you if Paulie felt like your dad was actually really scary to drive with?
I would have to be in Polly's shoes.
Okay. You described.
And I can't speak for her.
Were you ever personally present where he's driving 70 miles an hour while reading a book?
A long time ago on a Montana straight highway.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
And that made you nervous as a kid?
It did. But he never had an accident. As far as I know.
Your sister yesterday said something to the effect like, Dad took risks with skiing. Do you know anything about that? Like prior to the ski collision, that he took risks?
I don't agree that he took risks when he was skiing. He was very careful.
He had been in a collision before. Are you familiar with that?
What kind of collision?
Yeah, let me back that out. Did he injure his knee in a ski accident?
I know he has an injured knee. I did not know how it happened.
All right. How about throw out the knee? Do you know of your dad ever having a ski accident in which he hurt himself?
I do not recall my dad hurting himself in a ski accident.
And I want to be clear that I don't know of a ski collision where he collided with someone else. So I'm just talking about him.
Did he fall down on a ski run?
And hurt himself?
Not that I know of.
All right. Now, multitasking while driving, for instance, driving on an interstate freeway while reading, that's not good multitasking, right? That's bad multitasking.
I would agree completely.
Yeah. And as people get older, it's not uncommon, is it, for them to need to focus more on an activity instead of multitasking? I think it's just general common sense.
Overruled?
Could you re-ask the
Sure.
question?
Do you agree that just as people get older, they might get less good at multitasking and have to focus a little bit more attention on doing one thing?
It seems like a good practice.
It's a good practice probably for all of us, isn't it?
Amen.
Okay. There's been some talk about your dad after the ski collision, somehow falling and being knocked out for 45 minutes. Do you know anything about such an event?
Can you rephrase or
Yes.
restate that question?
And I'll state it even broader.
Okay.
Do you know after the ski collision of your dad, like, being knocked out?
No.
All right. In his deposition, he described 3 major events since the ski collision. One was that getting knocked out. You've never heard of that?
Getting knocked out. No. I do not.
Another was cutting himself by accident.
I have heard that.
And he said it looked like a crime scene. There was blood all over the place.
Is that what he said?
I don't think I made that up.
Okay.
Anyway, do
Because
you
I
know?
got that photo and it scared the bejesus out of me.
Okay,
The
did you
image.
get it after it was all cleaned up and pretty? Because I'm not sure which photo you're talking about. I think I've seen one of this place. Was it on his inner thigh?
I don't know exactly. He's not shown me where that happened.
Okay, just so we're on the same page. I'm not sure what photo you're talking about. What
Okay.
photo did you see?
After Mark saved my dad's life, my dad took a picture of the bathtub, which is where he was holding up, I think, waiting. And it was awful. It was
Okay, and
awful.
it's not Gwyneth's fault that he cut himself and had to go to the hospital, true?
There's
It is?
Sustained as to relevance.
Okay. The third major event your dad described to me was an accidental overdose of his own medications. Do you know anything about it?
Yes, I do.
And they had to administer Narcan to reverse the opioids in his system.
That's true.
And are you blaming Gwyneth Paltrow for that?
How could I?
Sustained as to relevance?
The day of the event, we've seen a few pictures, but I think you've seen one you described where he was in the Instacare smiling in a wheelchair. Do you recall this?
I
recall it or I don't.
I don't know the location. I do recall seeing my dad with a smile that I've never seen on a person's face before.
And that was the date of the incident, right?
I don't know. I don't have a recollection of when I got that or what day it was.
Well, you brought it up when we were quizzing you about your memories. And a picture of my dad in a wheelchair with a big smile, right? You
Yeah,
recall
cheesy, not him smile, yes.
that? Okay. Do you recall your dad describing Gwyneth Paltrow as Godzilla coming, like Godzilla was coming after him?
No.
Okay, I didn't make that up. Godzilla was coming. Is that what you understood your dad to describe to you in terms of Gwyneth?
No.
All right. When you said Godzilla in your deposition, which I'm looking right at it,
Yes.
what were you referring to?
So, I believe in a video that I watched of my dad talking about the collision, that essentially he's skiing down the green run with the beginner.
Okay, I don't want the
runs.
whole story.
Okay,
I want
essentially,
Godzilla. When
what
did
he
your
said,
dad tell you about
what
Godzilla?
he said is, I heard a scream from behind me, a blood curdling scream, and that blood curdling is my word. Like Godzilla was coming, and then he was hit directly between the shoulder blades,
And you don't-
driven to the ground.
And you personally don't know what happened that day, right?
I was not there.
And your dad, after he says after the collision, he doesn't remember things for a while. Is that fair?
I wasn't in his body. I don't know what he does and doesn't remember.
Okay. He got his information from his ski buddy, Craig Ramone. Is that fair to say? Is what happened after the collision? Immediately after.
Can I have you ask the question again?
I'll try it. Sorry if I was inarticulate. Is it fair to say that your dad got all of his information about what happened after the collision in the minutes after from Craig Ramone?
Foundation, she can't speak to what Terry knows.
Sustained?
When you said you saw a video of your dad, that was at a press conference he held. Is that true?
I don't recall. It's a long time ago that I
Did your
watched it.
dad, sorry to interrupt you, were you done?
I am done.
Did you tell me that your dad was not used to Googling his name and having lots of search engines results come up?
Relevance.
Overruled?
Did I tell you that?
Right.
Can you say that again, please?
Your dad would send you links after he filed the lawsuit about press that was mentioning him. Do you agree?
He would keep me informed of what was going on.
And he kind of thought it was cool that his name was in press. Do you agree?
I don't think he said that it was cool.
He told me he thought it was cool that he was in a ski collision with an accident, with a celebrity. He told me that in his deposition. Does that surprise you?
That surprises me that he would say that.
Me too. Would you remember what he said? Do you agree you would have a better memory of how your dad was doing immediately after the accident at the time you sent the email 9 hours after the accident than you would like today?
Have a better memory?
Right.
Most likely.
Has your dad told you that even now he comes up with new memories of what happened about the accident that he hadn't had before?
Overruled?
Could you please ask the question?
Would it surprise you to hear that your dad said that he still comes up, well, last time when I deposed him, he's still coming up with new memories of the accident?
Improper use of deposition.
Sustained?
I'll just move on and ask your dad that. So it's a
Good.
little hard to
It's hard for
get
me
through
to
you.
know.
When your dad wrote "I'm famous" as his first, that was his, I guess, the call at 6:30ish or something, and then an email at 8 or so, right? Those were his first contacts with you.
I can't remember the order. I think we determined the phone call happened first.
Right. And from that, you got "he's okay," and from the second one, he wrote "I'm famous." Fair. Those were your first two contacts with him after the collision.
I can't remember exactly without looking at the deposition, and you guys figured that out for me.
You mentioned that your dad was an extrovert, and does that generally mean he likes people, he's outgoing?
He gets energy from being around other people.
But also he likes attention. You told me that. Is that true of your dad even before the ski collision?
That's an answer.
Sustained?
Thank you, I forgot that. He likes to look, even before the ski accident, he liked to always look the best he could when interacting with others. He took some pride in that.
He took good care of himself.
And have you seen in your dad some measure of pride as his limitations, physical and mental limitations, have increased with aging?
I'm having a hard time understanding your question.
Sure. You understand generally with this concept of as people age, there can be limitations imposed on them physically and emotionally. Is that fair?
As a person ages, that's correct.
All right. And have you observed in your dad, separate from the ski collisions, some measure of sort of loss of pride as those things have occurred?
We're talking about before the ski accident, correct?
Sure. Yes.
No.
All right. Did he consider himself like I'm never gonna grow old? I'm gonna be as active as I ever was.
I think when he lost his parents, so he knew that death would be inevitable someday. I don't know if that's answered your question.
My staff tells me I'm getting long, so I'm going to try to move this along.
I do have a plane flight to catch, too.
Okay, thank you. Do you believe your father has a clear recollection of who hit who in the ski accident?
He has a clear recollection of hearing a scream and getting hit from behind,
So
and he was knocked out.
This is literally the question from your deposition, so I'm going to read it and see
Okay.
if your answer
Okay.
is yes. Do you believe your father has a clear recollection of who hit whom in the ski accident? And your answer?
In my deposition was yes.
Okay. And would it surprise you if he takes the stand in like 2 hours and says, no, I don't?
I
Would
have
that
to be
surprise
honest.
you?
When would it surprise you?
If he contradicts you in like 2 hours.
Actually, as I reread my deposition, I thought, you didn't even answer that correctly. Of course he doesn't know who hit him because he got knocked out.
But
So
that was your belief when I
that
did
was my
question.
belief at the time, and I was like, I didn't read that question or hear that question correctly.
And you did have an opportunity to make corrections to your deposition, did you not?
I did.
And you did not make that correction.
I actually
Did
took.
you make that correction or not?
I made the corrections and
Did you?
I did not submit that in time because I was told by my dad's attorneys that that will be a red flag and to just drop it. And I did not submit that revised.
So did you make other corrections to your deposition that your dad's lawyers told you not to submit?
I had made,
Yes or no?
did
Did
say
you
that
make
again.
other corrections to your deposition that your dad's lawyers told you not to give me? Yes or no?
I made corrections.
The answer is yes.
It's not a simple yes and no.
Well, I'm not happy if you made corrections to your deposition that were never sent to me. So I'm wondering, you made corrections to your deposition and you gave them to your dad's lawyers? Is
No,
that
I did
true?
not. I did not give them to my dad's lawyers.
Can I rely on your deposition here?
Can you rely on it? At the moment in time, I believed that my dad knew who hit him. As I reread it later at home, I thought that you answered it wrong, Shea.
All right.
So
what are some other corrections that you've made to your deposition that I've never heard of until this
I
moment?
can't remember. I think one was that they kept calling Zakia Jackie. Some mostly were just minor clarifications.
Do you understand why I might be a little irritated in hearing that you made changes that I never got?
Yes, no one got them. They never got submitted.
Your dad was a workaholic, is that fair?
Later in my life, he became a workaholic when my parents' relationship was not as good as it used to be.
Your dad, prior to the ski collision, forgot to tell you that he loved you very much. Do you agree?
I'm going to have you restate that.
These are your words. Your dad forgot to tell me that he loved me very much. Is that true of your dad prior to the ski collision? Just say yes or no, please.
My dad. I don't recall.
Growing up, I'm not making this quote up.
Mm-hmm.
Growing up, he forgot to tell me. Sure, I can. Page 78, line 16. I'm not trying to.
No, if it's there in the deposition.
I want the quote. He forgot to tell me he loved me very much. Do you agree? This goes to his level of affection after the ski collision.
Overruled?
So just say yes or no, and we'll move on.
Okay, I'm sorry. One more time, and I'll do my best. I may not be able to answer yes or no.
Your dad, okay, quote from you. He
Mhm.
forgot exact what I just said.
78 what?
78, line 17. He forgot to tell me he loved me very much. Did you say those words?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Your Honor, could she read the whole sentence? You just cut off half
Maybe
a sentence.
that could be helpful.
He did hug you.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Are you
Let's
impeaching the
take it.
witness, or what are we doing here? Why don't we take a recess? It's time for the afternoon recess, and we'll address it. All right, take a quick break.
I think they want the full sentence, and I'm going to give the full sentence when we go.
He's got here because,
totally reasonable. Let me see.
I mean, this has gone way beyond the scope of direct.
Yeah.
Well, the scope of direct is not limited by time. It's limited by topics.
We were 25 minutes.
Certainly less than a half hour.
Half an hour?
Less than.
Oh, my gosh.
What time do you need to leave? Your flight is at 5:30? No.
So when do you need to leave?
I'll let you work that out with the lawyers.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right now.
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
Thanks. We left on a sour note. Your dad was loving to you, right? He gave you hugs every day.
I'm sorry, yes, he did.
He supported you. He was a good cheerleader for you as a father.
He's always been there for me.
And the quote I said, he forgot to tell me he loved me very much. I should conclude it, but I got a daily hug from him at least. That was the end of the statement, true?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Did you tell me earlier in your deposition that your dad was well respected in the community until he had the point of an affair?
Objection, relevance, overruled.
Go ahead.
Did I tell
yes
you
or
that?
no? Did you tell me your dad had an affair and he was respected in the community until that point, and then he was not?
I did tell you that.
Your dad, on his hearing impairment before the incident, even with his hearing aids, he would need to lip read. Is that fair to say?
I don't know that.
My client tells me to land the plane, and so I am quit. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Okay. Hopefully you'll make your airplane.
Thank you.
All right.
We don't have any reason to call her back then, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any reason to call her back?
No.
Okay, so you're completely released from any legal obligation here. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to call Gwyneth Paltrow.
Thank you.
Hi. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Put that there.
Seems like evening, doesn't it?
I've been inside all day. I have no idea.
You and me both. Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, my legal name is Gwyneth Kate Paltrow Falchuk. That's Gwyneth Kate Paltrow Falchuk.
Great, thank you. May I call you Miss Paltrow?
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. As you've seen the last few days, we always have the witnesses give background information, tell about yourself, etc. I have a feeling that everybody in the courtroom knows who you are, so we're not going to go through all the background. We're just going to kind of cut to the chase. Is that fair?
Sounds fine.
All right, wonderful. Let's just talk about skiing. My understanding is that you are pretty much an intermediate type skier.
I would characterize myself as intermediate.
Okay, you've been skiing since you were a child.
I have.
Okay. Do you do black diamonds, blues, greens? I'm not really a skier, so you've got to kind of help me out with this.
I prefer to do more blues than blacks.
Okay, and blue is intermediate, right, under black?
Yes.
Okay, and the bandana run where this accident occurred, it was a green run?
Yes, to
All
my
right.
recollection.
Fantastic. So as an intermediate skier, would you say that you skied enough to at least be familiar with the rules of skiing?
I think so, yes.
All right, and what are those rules?
I think, use common sense, ski safely, be aware of other skiers around you.
Okay. What about skiing in control? Is that something that you need to do?
Yes, absolutely.
You have to give the right of way to those who are downhill.
Yes.
Okay. You also have certain responsibilities if you're in a collision. Is that fair?
Yes, which I learned more about post the collision.
I bet. You've probably been hit over the head with all of that information since the time, right?
Indeed.
Okay. So let's talk about those things. Did you know the rules at the time of the collision that if you're in a collision with someone, you need to give your name and information, contact information?
So because I was hit by Mr. Sanderson and he was at fault, I assumed that Eric, who was our ski instructor, who was there at the time, who was overseeing the event, he said, I'm going to leave all of your information. And he said, you should go ski down because my kids were waiting for me.
And I appreciate that, but my question was, did you know of the rule of skiing if you are in a collision that you need to share that information?
Your Honor, this is irrelevant. This is not a part of their negligence claim.
Overruled. Overruled. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. At the time of the collision, were you aware of the rule that if you're in a collision, you need to share your name, your contact information with the person that you're involved in a collision with?
I don't think I was aware of the rule.
Okay. Were you aware that there is kind of a rule of common decency to do that?
I would not have left the scene without leaving my information, and my information was left.
Did you provide that information?
No, Eric Christensen, who was the ski instructor with us, said he would leave all the information.
You don't know if he did or did not, though, do you? You weren't there when he did.
Well, subsequently, I know that he did.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking when you were there at the collision, you didn't ensure that it was given. You weren't there when it was given.
I was not there when it was given.
All right. And it's also, I think you even admitted in your deposition that it's the rule of common decency to make sure that everybody's okay, exchange information, and to follow those skiing rules. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about that day after I get a drink.
Okay. I'll have one as well.
Do you have what? Oh, you have some
I
water?
do. Thank
Okay,
you.
Great. So I just want to kind of set the stage. You're skiing that day. My understanding, it was a nice conditions, beautiful day.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Sorry. And Deer Valley, we know that Deer Valley is always immaculately groomed. Good conditions on the slopes.
Good conditions.
All right. You were skiing that day with your daughter, Apple, correct?
Yes.
Moses.
Mm-hmm. My son.
And Brad Falchuk, who was your boyfriend at the time, now current husband.
Correct.
All right. And his 2 children.
That's right.
Right. And his kids were the same approximate age as yours on the day of the ski collision.
They all remain the same age.
That's a
as
very,
each other.
very good point.
We're like the Brady Bunch. Girls are the same age, boys are the same age.
All right. And back then, it was 12 and 9?
11 and 9.
11 and 9. All right. Fantastic. And the day of the collision, I think you had been to Deer Valley twice prior to that
I believe so.
Okay. And this was the first day of your ski trip?
I think that's correct.
Okay. And I don't know how many days you were there, but I know, at least from what you've told us, that after that first day, you also skied the next day.
Yes.
Okay. So when Mr. Sanderson was at home, you were skiing?
I don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. So the children, all 4 of them, had lessons during that trip?
That's right.
Okay. Would you agree that those lessons were fairly expensive?
They were.
Okay. Do you remember about how much they were?
I would have to check. Whatever the Deer Valley rate is what we paid.
Okay. Let me know if this is about right. At least from what I saw in your deposition, the total bill was around $8,980. Does that sound about right for 4?
I think that misstates the evidence. I think that was for both families.
For 4 kids.
I would honestly have to check.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
But it's very expensive.
Very expensive.
Very.
Right, and then tips on top of that.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm assuming, and you're under oath here, that you're a good tipper.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I wouldn't expect anything less. All right, so let's talk about your daughter, Apple. She was 11.
She was.
Okay, and her instructor was Carrie Oakes.
That's correct.
All right, and Apple at the time was a good beginner.
Yes.
Okay. And your son, Moses, he was 9 at the time.
Yes.
And he was more so of a real beginner.
Yes.
All right. And his instructor was Eric Christensen.
Correct.
Okay. And I think both Carrie Oakes and Eric are coming next week.
I believe so.
All right. Fantastic. So 3 days ago, can you believe it's been only 3 days?
No.
Me neither. So 3 days ago, Mr. Owens, in his opening, talked about risky behavior, risky skiing. And he made mention that, of course, Ms. Paltrow was not skiing recklessly, not taking any kind of risky behavior because her children were there that day. Do you recall him saying that?
I think it does misstate my testimony, but
Well, it wasn't testimony that you stated.
my argument.
Can you answer the question?
If I remember what he said?
No, just maybe do you agree with that? That on that day of the collision, you were not engaging in any kind of risky behavior, especially
Correct.
because your kids were there.
I was not engaging in any risky behavior.
Okay, but also, and I think your counsel made mention of this in opening, that especially because your children were there.
I don't recall him saying that.
All right, well, did your children being there make it so that you especially would not engage in risky behavior?
I didn't engage in risky behavior. I wouldn't with my children there or without my children there.
Okay. And kind of in life, I mean, I'm a mom, right? I've got a couple kids, actually about your age, one of them, not your age, your daughter's age. Sorry, I'm not that old. When my kids are around, I kind of behave myself a little bit better, especially when they were younger, than on average. Would you agree with that?
I've always been very open and honest with my kids, and I think they know me very well.
Right. And would you agree that you have engaged in risky behavior with your children present?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. We're all back, thank you. So the objection is sustained, and the jury should disregard the question.
All right, let's go back to the day of the accident.
Okay.
So you're on Bandana, correct? It's a green run. It's true you were relatively familiar with that run, correct?
Yes, my children especially like that run.
Okay. And the accident happened towards the beginning of the run. Is that accurate?
Not at the top, but
Sure, but
Yeah.
not at the bottom?
correct.
All right. And it sounds like, from what I have heard and reviewed, you had done about 4 to 5 runs that day, and you and kind of the group were going to go get some lunch with everyone.
Correct.
All right. So let's talk about, as you're skiing down, Apple, we've talked about she was 11, Moses was 9. Did your children, when they were skiing or doing anything that kids do, like to ask you to watch them?
When they were very little, I remember, watch me jump in the pool and things like that. When they were more like 4 or 5 years old, that sort of age.
Okay. So when Moses was 9, he didn't say, "Mommy, mommy, watch me," or "Mom," I don't know what he called you, but
Mama.
Mama, watch me do things.
Not that I recall on that day.
Okay. Do you remember testifying that on that day, that's exactly what did happen?
I don't remember.
All right, and I'll show you your deposition in just a second. So in fact, you remember the deposition, right?
Yes.
It was actually during 2020. It was during COVID.
Yes.
So it was via Zoom. We've never actually met in person. It was kind of on the video. And you were asked a question a number of times. Were your children asking you to watch them? And you said no. I think you.
I don't remember them saying,
Okay.
watch me on that day.
Okay. Well, do you remember that in that deposition, then we played you parts of Carrie Oakes's deposition?
So, Your Honor, this is improper impeachment. I mean, what's the question that's being contested?
We're just kind of going through the history here.
Not through the deposition. Let's
I'll
hear.
allow a few questions. I think counsel was referring to what was going on during depositions, but
Yes.
please get quickly to the question.
Absolutely. Do you remember during your deposition being played just a portion of Apple's instructor, Carrie Oakes, her deposition, wherein she said that, yes, Moses was saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me."
That she was saying, I don't remember, that while they were skiing, they were saying that?
Yeah.
I don't remember that, no.
All right, okay. And so you don't remember then changing your testimony in your deposition, admitting that that is what happened?
I'm sure if Carrie Oakes said, I'm saying, I don't remember him saying, watch me, watch me.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to hand you a copy of your deposition.
I'm gonna need my reading glasses,
I
unfortunately.
totally
Sorry about that.
I don't think there's a contradiction here, Your Honor. She said she doesn't recall that Carrie Oakes said something. So I don't know why we can't just move forward.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you. Could you turn, let's see here, to page 122 of your deposition?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to read the question that was given by Mr. Sykes. Everybody's going to know it's Mr. Sykes who asked the question when I read it. Then I'm going to have you answer. Now, Ms. Paltrow, and this is, I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm starting on line 4.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true, I'm just a country lawyer here, okay? Isn't it true that your kids wanted to watch you ski? Or, pardon me, that the kids wanted you to watch them ski. Isn't that true? And your counsel, he objected. How did you answer that question?
Let's read the objection, Your Honor, if we're going to do this.
The objection was vague as to time.
Do Do you want me to rule on the objection? I mean,
If we're going to read it, then we should read the objection.
Okay, read it.
Yes, the objection said vague as to time.
Yes.
Yes, and then how did you respond?
I said I can still watch my children ski and be skied directly into my back by someone,
And then you continued.
which is what happened.
Exactly. So you were watching your children when you alleged that you were skied directly into your back by someone.
My daughter was down the hill. My son was to my left. So I was skiing. My eyes were not fixated only on my son when Mr. Sanderson skied directly into my back.
Okay. And so when Miss Oakes, who's going to testify next week, said that your son Moses was saying, "Mommy, Mommy, watch me," that's who you were watching, right?
That's vague as to time, Your Honor.
Right, yes.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
Sorry, what was the question?
When Moses is saying, "Mommy, Mommy, watch me," that's who you were looking at when you were when you were skied directly into your back.
I do not recall Moses saying, "Mommy, Mommy, watch me" on the ski slope.
Okay. Well, Apple was down further, right?
Yes.
She didn't see it.
No.
Okay. And Moses, he was the one, at least according to Carrie Oakes, was calling your attention.
Okay.
Okay. 9-year-old, did he want more attention to have somebody watch them rather than 11?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Moses was skiing above you, though, right? He hadn't gotten down as far as you.
He was on my left.
And up.
I was on the right. He was, sorry. He was on the left side of the slope. Yes, I believe kind of a little bit uphill.
Okay. And that's where your attention was when you were hit, allegedly, in the back.
I don't know where my attention was the moment I was struck in the back. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, that's what you said, which is what happened.
He struck me in the back. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Okay, I know, but you said, "I can still watch my children ski."
Yes,
and he's
meaning
directly into my back by someone, which is what happened.
Yes, exactly.
What's the pending question? It sounds like they're saying the exact same thing.
What's the question?
The question is, you were watching your children ski when you were struck in the back.
So that's asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled?
I was skiing and looking downhill as you do, and I was skied directly into by Mr. Sanderson.
And your 9-year-old son, you will admit, was on your left and up a bit.
To my recollection.
Okay. All right. And Carrie Oakes is the one who says that he was the one calling your attention.
You'll have to speak to Miss Oakes.
We will. All right. So I want to go through the accident a bit because we did this over video. We didn't really get to act it out a whole heck of a lot. But I want to just kind of talk with you first and see if this is your recollection of how it happened.
Your Honor, I think this is improper. She should just ask her what happened. Then if she testified contrary to that earlier, then she cross-examines her with the deposition.
And what's the objection?
Improper use of deposition testimony.
It's a party. Under Rule 32, it can be used for any purpose. You may proceed.
Thank you. You were going along relatively slowly. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to kind of ask you a couple questions. So let me know if anything I say is not accurate. Okay.
Okay.
So you're going down relatively slowly when all of a sudden you heard a strange rustling noise behind you.
Yes.
Okay. And you felt like a rush of air in a strange way.
Yes.
Okay. And 2 skis slid in between my skis.
That's correct.
And all of a sudden, there was a body from the whole front of a body pressing into my back.
That's right.
Okay. Like, we'll talk about this in a minute. And there was a man behind me pressing into me. How did you know it was a man?
Because he was making some strange noises that sounded male, and he was large. So I assumed it was a male.
Okay, he was large?
I felt all my back pressing.
Okay. All right, there was a man pressing behind me, pressing into me. I was extremely upset.
Well, I was confused at first, and I didn't know exactly what was happening. It's a very strange thing to happen on a ski slope. And then
I agree.
And I froze, and I would say I got very upset a couple seconds later.
Okay. Let me just continue on here. I just want to make sure that I got this all right. I didn't know if it was an intentional assault of a sexual nature.
Right.
Okay. Was he grinding and thrusting or something, or just the noises? What made you think it was a sexual assault?
So that was a quick thought that went through my head when I was trying to reconcile what was happening. I was skiing, and two skis came between my skis, forcing my legs apart, and then there was a body pressing against me, and there was a very strange grunting noise. So my brain was trying to make sense of what was happening. I thought, is this a practical joke? Is someone like doing something perverted? This is really, really strange. My mind was going very, very quickly, and I was trying to ascertain what was happening.
Okay. I think you said, I didn't know if it was an accident, but he was groaning and grunting in a very disturbing way.
Yes, there was a sort of groan coming out of his mouth.
Okay. Then you said, I froze.
Yes.
We kept skiing.
Right.
We went to the right.
Yes.
We came crashing down together.
That's right.
Okay. You said this man was behind me on the mountain. My knee and our skis were still sort of tangled up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Our bodies were almost spooning, and I moved away quickly.
Yes.
And my knee splayed open, and I was completely in shock.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to stop there.
Okay.
And if the court and Ms. Paltrow, if you don't mind, since, again, when we did this over Zoom, would you mind stepping down and us kind of acting this out a little bit so I could get a good feel?
Let's see. Can we approach Your Honor?
Sure.
court doesn't mind if I act it out, correct?
Let's just get a sustained.
Yeah, the objection was sustained as requested, but, you're welcome to move around the courtroom.
Wonderful, thank you. Do you have a microphone?
Yes. Testing.
Okay, Ms. Paltrow, so your counsel doesn't want you to come down, so I'm not
Your
going to ask
Honor,
you to come down.
that's inappropriate. The judge sustained the objection, so she shouldn't comment on what I want. It's what the judge wants.
The objection was sustained.
I am going to try and be both you and Mr. Sanderson at the same time.
Let's
Fair?
have Bob. Bob can be.
Your Honor, let's have Mr. Sanderson, he's here. Let's have him come.
I don't want to, we're not going to reenact what happened. I think you can ask questions, and
Yes.
if you want to stand and move around in order to help
Perfect.
you with those questions, you can do that, but that's as far as we're going to go.
That's not a problem at all. All right, so since you're not down here, may I ask how tall you are?
I'm just under 5'10".
Okay, I am so jealous.
I think I'm shrinking, though.
You and me both. I have to wear 4-inch heels just to make it to 5'5".
Well,
so.
they're very nice.
Well, thank you. So, all right. So, as of right now, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow.
Okay.
Okay. I'm skiing down. Can you tell me with my legs? I don't know. Again, I'm not much of a skier. Are you snow plowing? Are you parallel? Kind of orient my legs first of all. Sorry. I can do this. I can do this.
Not snow plowing, just
Okay.
skis.
All right.
It's hard for me to see where you're standing.
May she come down just to see?
You can.
Is that
go to where
okay?
you can see better, or you can walk further forward, Ms. Van
Oh,
Orlen.
sure. Great. No problem. All right. So,
Well, not, but the jury can't see that.
The jury, you can go ahead and stand or move wherever you feel you need to see what's going on here.
all right. So, are my feet oriented correctly?
Yes.
Go ahead and tell me how to move them.
I think, skiing down, going to the right.
Okay. So,
Okay,
about
probably a little bit further apart.
okay, about like that.
And then 2 skis slide slowly between my skis.
All right. So, my feet are about what, a foot apart? Would you say 18 inches?
Probably.
Okay. And you believe that 2 skis slid right between?
That is correct.
Okay. And so all of a sudden you see these 2 skis coming in between your
Yes.
legs. I would have freaked out too.
And I did.
Okay. So the skis are coming. How far did the skis get in between your legs before you guys fell?
His body pressed up into my back.
Okay.
So I froze. I don't know exactly how far the skis would have come through.
Okay.
Because then I noticed his body pressing against my back.
Okay.
And then it was probably a few good seconds, and then we fell to the right. Somebody must have caught an edge.
Okay. So when you froze and you're skiing together, I think you said at one point it was like you were spooning.
Well, when we fell down, we fell. I fell on his body. He fell on the ground. And so it was kind of like a spoon on the ground.
Okay. So
Your Honor, the defendant has come into the well of the court here.
Why can't we see it too? She's gonna testify.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
okay. Well, now that Mr. Sanderson is here, and I don't need you to do anything, Terry, but just for comparison's sake, I'm in my heels. We're about the same height, about 5'5" with heels.
It's roughly.
Oh, tell me I'm taller, please. Okay, so we've got Mr. Sanderson that's about 5'5" that comes in back of you, and you said that you felt something huge. What was your word behind you?
No, just a big body.
A big body. All right. And was it just the front of his body that touched the back of your body?
I couldn't see in the back of my head.
Sure.
But I felt a body press against my back.
But there was no grabbing, like he didn't like grab your waist or grab your
No,
arms?
not at all. No.
Nothing like that?
Nothing.
Okay. All right. So skis slide between, you kind of freeze, you end up, maybe your skis kind of cross, you end up going down. Would you agree that Mr. Sanderson fell to the ground and then you fell on top?
I don't know if it was simultaneous. I don't remember.
Right. But you didn't fall and hit the ground, correct?
I don't remember exactly where I hit,
Okay.
but I fell over
All right. And
with Mr. Sanderson.
right. And Mr. Sanderson fell and hit the ground.
Yes.
All right. So going back here, you guys are on the ground. Now you realize, right? You're not saying to the jury that this was in any way, shape, or form a sexual assault.
I am not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying what went through my mind for a split second when it was happening.
All right, great. So you're down on the ground, and then you started yelling at him.
I don't remember if I started yelling at him while I was on the ground. I remember pushing away because I was very upset, and it was still very strange to me what had happened. And I pushed down the hill, and I turned around, and I yelled at him.
Okay. Did you scream before you went down?
I don't think so.
Okay. So if others heard a scream, you wouldn't, that wasn't you?
No, I froze. When he slid between my skis, I absolutely froze. And I don't remember yelling or screaming until I was very angry at what had happened.
Okay. And so you guys are on the ground, and then you said to him, I think you don't know if you were up or if you were still on the ground, but he was still on the ground, right?
Yes.
When you said, "What are you doing?"
Yes.
Okay. Like, why did you do that?
Yes.
And he said, "I think you skied into me."
Yes.
And that's when you were furious and said, "You skied directly into my effing back at the
Sorry.
top of your lungs."
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I apologize for my bad language.
And well, in fact, you were screaming that so hard, you were worried that Moses was hearing you.
Yes.
Okay. And after you were screaming to him, isn't that when Mr. Sanderson said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry"?
He said, I said, "You skied directly into my effing back." And he said, "Oh, sorry, I'm sorry."
Right. And that was you screaming at him while he's on the ground still, right?
I was yelling at him.
Pretty loud, pretty forceful.
I was pretty upset.
Right? You're
Yeah.
small but mighty. Actually, you're not that small. So when he said, "I'm sorry, would you agree that he kind of mumbled it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then you remember Eric came over, Eric Christensen.
Yes.
Who was Moses's instructor.
Correct.
Okay. And that was when you were concerned that, oh gosh, Moses is close by. He's hearing me yell obscenities at this man.
Which is not my custom.
Right. And I think you said that. And at some point, the man stood up and we were all sort of talking.
Yes.
What conversation did you have with Mr. Sanderson standing up?
I wasn't having a conversation with him. Eric was helping him up and asking if he was okay.
Okay. Eric eventually yanked him up, right? He pulled him up.
He helped him up.
Okay. He didn't get up on his own accord.
He helped him.
And were you still standing right there when he helped him?
I believe I was, yes.
You sure you hadn't skied down a little bit?
I might have skied down a little bit. My son was down a little bit, and my now husband came over at some point.
Okay.
So I remember moving away from Mr. Sanderson after he collided into me and we hit the ground.
Okay. And do you remember, we heard from Craig Ramone, he was the first individual who testified. Do you remember him coming to the scene?
I do not.
You don't remember him at all?
No.
You don't remember him being there or asking you, "Are you okay?"
I do not.
Okay. You don't remember him asking Terry if he was okay?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. And then I think what you've said is Eric told you, I'm going to handle this. And that's what I think you've said people do. They handle things for you.
I don't believe I said that.
You've never said that?
I believe what I said was in the acting world, that's a world of representatives. So you have an agent who represents you. And so if they say, you know, I'm going to provide information, you allow somebody to represent you. So when Eric, as an accredited Deer Valley ski instructor, said to me, I'll fill out the paperwork, he knew also that my daughter was at the bottom waiting for me to come for lunch or at the lunch place.
And so Mr. Christensen handled it for you?
Mr. Christensen stayed and filled out the report, made sure Mr. Sanderson was okay, and said to me, you can go ahead.
Okay. How do you know that if you weren't there?
Because he told me.
Okay. That's what he told you?
Yes.
But you weren't there to see it?
He told you you can leave. He wasn't there. I object to the form. I don't understand the question.
Sustained. Go ahead with your questions.
You weren't there when the paperwork or the exchange of information was given, fair?
Fair.
All right. And would you agree that Mr. Christensen did not see the incident, didn't see the collision?
Correct.
Okay.
He just saw us right afterwards.
Right. And in fact, nobody from Deer Valley saw the collision.
Correct.
Your kids didn't see the collision.
That's right.
Okay. The only person that, and you may not be aware of this, the only person who says that they saw the collision was Mr. Ramon.
Yes.
Okay. The way you answer that makes me think that you don't believe that he saw it.
I did not believe his testimony.
Do you believe that he saw the collision?
No. I don't believe that he saw what he thinks he saw.
Ms. Paltrow, why would he lie?
This is a man.
Goes to motive, Your Honor. But, perhaps that's not the right objection under the rules, so let me be quiet and withdraw my objection.
Can you answer it?
He said he was at 40 feet away and colorblind. I don't know how he can be positive about what he saw, especially with how much he changed his story.
Well, what does colorblind have to do with anything? My husband's colorblind. We tease him all the time that he can't tell red or green. But what does that have to do with not seeing who hit who?
Well, if you have two people in ski gear with helmets on and you're 40 plus feet away, I'm not sure how you can discern who is who.
Okay, well.
And I can tell you that he didn't, because Mr. Sanderson categorically hit me on that ski slope, and that is the truth.
And I'm sure that that's what you believe. I'm not saying
because it's the truth.
I'm not saying that.
Let's get a question.
So you and Mr. Sanderson, if you're almost 5'10", Terry's 5'5", pushing it.
Your Honor, that's facts not in evidence.
Counsel, you'll have an opportunity to redirect or to direct examine, so go ahead.
If
counsel.
you two stood next to each other, do you think that somebody would confuse the two of you?
I don't know. I'm telling you what happened.
Okay. All right. So you're screaming at Terry, worried that Moses hears you. You admit that you were shaken up.
Yes.
Okay. You don't recall Mr. Ramon being there?
I do not.
Or asking you if you were okay?
I do not.
Did anybody ask you if you were okay?
I remember Eric Christensen asking me if I was okay, and Brad, my now husband, asking me if I was okay.
Okay, and when you talked to Brad, he was down further, right?
Yes.
Down with Moses. So none of that took place where my client was?
He came over to me after the fall.
Okay. And I just want to make sure you don't have any kind of medical training.
No.
Okay. You don't know what injuries Mr. Sanderson did or did not sustain in the accident?
I do not.
Okay. Are you aware now that you've sat here the last 3 days that he did sustain 4 broken ribs?
Yes.
Okay. Aware that he sustained a concussion?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that he had to be taken down on a toboggan?
So we should be clear, like, does she know as a result of this testimony, or does she know personally?
Would you clarify your question?
Yeah, sure. How did you learn that he broke 4 ribs?
Through all of this.
Okay, and to make it clear, I don't want to find out anything that your lawyers told you. That's attorney-client privilege. We can't. So anytime I'm asking you, I don't want you to tell me what your lawyers have told you.
Okay.
Through the court proceedings, is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. You learned that Mr. Sanderson broke 4 ribs.
Yes.
Okay, and that he sustained a concussion.
Correct.
Okay, that he was taken down on a toboggan.
Yes.
Did you learn of that day?
No.
Did you inquire?
What is your name again? Sorry. Kristen?
Yes.
Sorry, I was going to say Kristen.
It's all right.
I think you have to keep in mind when you're the victim of a crash, right, your psychology is not necessarily thinking about the person who perpetrated it.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not inquire.
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever ask, hey, how was that guy that ran into the back of me? Is he okay? Did you ever ask anybody from Deer Valley about that?
I did not, because at the time I did not know that he had sustained injuries like that. I thought it was very minor on the day.
And you didn't stick around long enough to find that out.
I stuck around long enough for him to say he was okay, to stand up, that he told Mr. Christensen he was okay.
And when he was helped up by Mr. Christensen, again, you weren't right there. You were down a ways.
Just a few feet down, yes.
Could you tell if Mr. Sanderson was still dazed or unsteady on his feet?
I could not. I don't know.
Okay. And again, you didn't leave your name, address, contact information. You didn't fill out any paperwork in connection with this accident.
Eric did on my behalf.
Right, but I'm asking about you personally.
It has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. After the incident, you skied down, went to lunch, and then my understanding is you got a massage.
So after the accident, I met all the rest of the kids at lunch. We all gathered. We had lunch. And I still felt very shaky, and my knee was bothering me, my back was bothering me, so I decided to go in early and get a massage.
Okay. You never did seek any kind of medical treatment for your knee or your back?
No.
Okay. Now, at the scene, before you skied down and had lunch, there was no indication that Mr. Sanderson knew who you were. Is that fair?
I don't know.
Okay. I think, well, you testified there was no indication of that. You were wearing goggles, a helmet?
Yes.
Okay, kind of looked like everybody else on the slope?
That's always my intention.
Okay. Probably had a better ski outfit, though, I bet.
I still have the same one. I just have one.
Okay. So nobody on the hill would be able to recognize you. Is that fair? Maybe your family and friends?
I have been recognized on ski slopes before.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in your deposition that no one on the hill would be able to recognize me?
That would be the idea.
Okay.
But sometimes paparazzi has a way of figuring it out, is my point.
Okay. So your testimony to the jury here today is Mr. Sanderson skied into you.
That is correct.
All right. Craig Ramone, you said he's not telling the truth, or you don't believe him.
I'm telling you that what he said is not what happened.
Okay. So in other words, if somebody says something that's not what happened, they're lying.
He is not telling the truth.
All right.
I don't know if he knows he's lying, but I'm telling you what he said is unfortunately not the truth.
All right. Well, in addition to Mr. Ramone, you've sat here when some of the experts have testified.
Mm-hmm.
We had Dr. Gibby, and we heard Dr. BAME, I always want to say BOM or BOM,
Yes.
BAME. You've heard their testimony that the only way that Mr. Sanderson's ribs could have been broken where they were is that if he was hit from behind. You disagree with that?
I think it misstates their testimony.
I guess I'm not sure what the objection is, but it's overruled. The jury will have to remember what the testimony was.
That means you get to answer. You disagree with their testimony?
Absolutely, I disagree.
Okay. What medical training do you have to disagree with that?
I'm just telling you the truth of what actually happened.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
All right. And you don't have any other witnesses who sought to support your position, correct?
Well, I have a lot of witnesses who saw the split seconds afterwards and the positions of the bodies on the mountain, which would indicate very clearly who hit who.
Okay. Do you have any witnesses who saw it?
Who saw the collision?
The collision?
No.
All right. And you're not trained in accident reconstruction?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Neither am I. All right. So, Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true that this was an accident that you caused?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you agree that you are accident prone?
So, Your Honor, can we have a bench meeting on this?
Why don't we take our recess now? Mr. Owens?
Yes.
This motion or something?
Your Honor, why are we dealing with things that have been addressed specifically
On pretrial motions, and I have to object.
Which motion?
Number 14. Previous unrelated injuries.
The court's ruling on that was that it appears the plaintiff does not intend to inquire into the areas covered by that motion. I think it was represented to the court and the motion was therefore granted. The ruling would be revisited if the defendant opens the door to these areas of evidence at trial. What's the relevance? Let's say she's clumsy. There's been no testimony that clumsiness in any way contributed to the accident.
Your Honor, we also mentioned during that court hearing that questions were asked repeatedly in Ms. Paltrow's deposition if she was accident prone, to which she said, "No, I am not," which she has admitted a number of times that she is. So this is all impeachment evidence, and that's when the court said, okay, that's impeachment. Please provide that information to counsel, which I did. He has all of the articles, etc., and the video where Ms. Paltrow went on Jimmy Kimmel saying, yes, I am accident prone, I am always running into things, which is I'm a moron, which is very relevant to this case.
How?
Yeah. Because we believe that that's exactly what she did, is she ran into things like she always does. She was asked if she ever said that. She said no. And we have impeachment evidence that she has.
But you've got your accident reconstructionist did not testify that her clumsiness somehow played a part in the cause of the accident.
It's not just clumsiness, it's that she's running into things and that she's accident prone. Absolutely, that's the heart of this. And the point is, she was asked a number of times in her deposition, were you...
And that part I think I see as collateral impeachment, so I don't see that as, I don't see that as your avenue to get the evidence in. The closest, I guess, is your theory of the case, but you've got no expert and no one that testified that clumsiness somehow played a part in the accident. So it would just be argument based on kind of fringe impeachment.
It's not clumsiness, it's being accident prone and always running into things.
Okay.
Which is what we contend she did in this case.
All right. Let me hear from Mr. Owens.
We shouldn't pretend that we have not had this fight before. I'm in deja vu from 2 months ago when you already ruled on this. The judge, Your Honor, said the ruling will be revisited if defendant opens the door to these areas of evidence at trial. That's part of page 13. I didn't even have the motions around because we've already had it granted, so why would we need to go dig and find out what our motion said? So, Your Honor, Ramon didn't testify that she looked clumsy, for instance. Ms. Paltrow never says, did not say, I've never been clumsy. Anyway, you've ruled, and we're in deja vu here.
I've ruled, under Rule 404, evidence of a person's character or character trait is not admissible to prove that on a particular occasion the person acted in conformity with the character or trait. And under the court's motion in limine decision, it indicates on page 13, motion 14 pertains to her public appearances and previous unrelated injuries. That's the previous instances of that I believe that Ms. Van Orman's referring to. And the court's order says it appears the plaintiff does not intend to inquire into the areas covered by these motions, and the motions are therefore granted. The ruling will be revisited if the defendant opens the door. If that occurs and the plaintiff wishes to present any of the categories of evidence, he must first address this with the court out of the presence of the jury. And I guess there wasn't any request. Is that what your motion that is pending relates to, that you want a clarification?
No, that's regarding the ski expert.
Okay.
But what about prior inconsistent statements, Your Honor? I'm entitled to ask her if she's testified. She's lied under oath a number of times, and I want to be able
Your Honor,
to show the jury that...
slanderous, and I want it withdrawn this moment.
Well,
she has testified inconsistent.
Just a moment.
I'm not going to say...
Well, counsel, I'm talking, okay? Have a seat. Okay, the statement that you just made, do you want to rephrase that?
Yes, absolutely. She has made prior inconsistent statements. During her deposition, Ms. Paltrow was asked a number of times, 3, 4, 5 times.
That may be on this issue. That
Yes.
may be, but to me, without some witness tying it into the essential elements of this case, or the essential issues in this case, I see it as collateral impeachment. So.
Even the fact that Mr. Ramon has testified that she skied into Mr. Sanderson, as in she is also walking into walls, etc.
The ruling was, my understanding was that the plaintiff was not going to inquire into the areas covered by the motions, which included that the previous unrelated injuries or other instances of conduct. So I'm going to stand by my ruling. I haven't revisited it. I think it's a good ruling. So.
I'd like an apology, Your Honor.
There was, and I am sorry, all I'm saying, there were inconsistent statements. I am not trying to slander Ms. Paltrow nor say that she's lying by any which way, form.
We accept. Thank you. My client says she accepts that.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a short break and come back maybe 5 after. Jury is on its way. Okay, come on.
My client, will you take the stand?
Yes, please. I think the jury's coming.
They're waiting.
Okay, you can bring them in. Ms. Van Orman, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you. So, Ms. Paltrow, I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about kind of, this was where my whole...
Just get on the record that my objection was sustained.
I'm sure it was on the record whenever it was there. I don't recall.
Okay, I think we just said that now would be a good time for a bench meeting, but...
The objection was sustained.
Okay, I'm moving on, shifting gears.
Right.
So, Ms. Paltrow, the reason I got involved in this case in the first place was your counterclaim. So I want to talk with you about the counterclaim. Is it true that you feel it's unfair that Mr. Sanderson has brought this case against you?
I do.
Okay. And he has deterred you from enjoying the rest of what was a very expensive vacation?
Well, I lost half a day of skiing.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And I think that's what your counsel has argued as well, that you you had a full day pass, but you can only ski a half a day.
Yes, I went back down after lunch.
Okay, right. And that's when you had lunch and you got a massage?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't get your knee checked out, didn't have any kind of medical attention?
No, it didn't feel acute in any way. It felt just like I had overstretched my knee and I had sustained a blow, but it didn't feel like it needed medical attention.
Okay. And you're bringing this claim for $1.
I am.
Okay. In fact, your counsel, Steve, do you still have that dollar bill?
Yes, I'll let you use your own.
I'm not gonna even respond to that. Nah, I don't need it.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't need it. You saw Mr. Owens wave that $1 around, right?
I did.
Okay. $1 in symbolic damages, is that accurate?
It's an actual dollar that I'm asking for.
Okay, but you also have testified when I asked you questions in your deposition
Yes.
that $1 is symbolic. Do you remember me asking you
It's
about
symbolic because the damages would actually be more.
that? Okay. But remember me asking you, is it symbolic? And you said, yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay. And I asked you as well, you learned about that through Taylor Swift because she asked for $1 in symbolic damages, right?
And I think I said at that point I had not been familiar with it, but I since am.
Now you are. But at the time, a couple years ago in 2020, you didn't know anything about Taylor Swift's $1 symbolic damage lawsuit?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
Counsel?
Yeah, because I asked her about it at the time, and she denied it.
Okay.
Correct.
Can you answer the
Just
question?
relevance.
I was not aware at the time.
Are you good friends with Taylor Swift?
No.
Relevance.
Overruled?
You're not good friends with Taylor Swift.
I would not say we're good friends. We are friendly. I've taken my kids to one of her concerts before, but we don't talk very often.
You've never given Miss Swift personal, intimate gifts for Christmas.
Your Honor. Relevance, or I
Sustained
would
as
like
to
a
relevance.
bench trial?
Well, she's just said that she wasn't friends with her, so I'm inquiring on that.
Ask her about Oprah. I mean,
Mr. Owens? Sustained. Please move on.
You're telling the jury that you are here asking for $1.
I am.
That's not totally accurate, though, is it?
What do you mean?
Well, the jury isn't going to be deciding this, but you're also asking the judge to award you attorney's fees for over hundreds of thousands of dollars. Isn't that true?
Your Honor, the judge has made a ruling on this issue that it will be a separate event.
Sustained as to relevance.
The relevance is, Your Honor, that they have...
If you want to argue the relevance, we should do it up here.
Absolutely.
Sorry. Yes?
Oh,
Objections overruled?
thank you. And I'll restate it because I know it's been a little while. So it's not true, Ms. Paltrow, that you are just asking for $1. You are also asking, and this is not for the jury to decide, but this is for the court to decide later, you're asking for your attorney's fees in this case, which could be quite substantial. Is that not true?
So
It's a
I'm
yes- it's a
asking
yes
for
or no.
$1 for me
Mhm.
and then reimbursement of attorney's fees, which is a separate thing,
And that could be a substantial amount, correct?
potentially.
Okay. And when your counsel got up waving that $1, don't you think that's a little bit of a mischaracterization?
I have one more question on this issue, and this is now 3.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Don't you think that that's $1? That's a mischaracterization, isn't it?
I took it as I would receive that $1, which is all I am asking for.
Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true that you've misrepresented a number of things today to this jury?
Absolutely not.
No other questions.
Mr. Owens?
You've been here every minute of this jury trial, true?
True.
And you're intending to be here every minute next week?
I am.
Have you enjoyed yourself?
I've learned a lot.
Who hit who?
Mr. Sanderson hit me.
The comment was that Mr. Sanderson doesn't take criticism well. Do you take criticism well?
In my profession, after all these years of being in the public eye, I think I take it relatively well.
You keep sending me notes. I didn't cause these damages.
That's
right?
absolutely correct.
Do you feel some empathy for Mr. Sanderson and his declining brain?
You know, I really do. I feel very sorry for him. It seems like he's had a very difficult life, but I did not cause the accident, so I cannot be at fault for anything that subsequently happened to him.
So his daughter got up and said he was cursing out her daughter. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
Did you cause that?
I did not cause that.
Did you give him brain injuries that were evident on his MRI in 2006?
I did not.
All right, let's start on a happier note. Let's bring up that picture of you and Moses. And while that's coming up, did you personally take a selfie with you and your son?
I take selfies with my kids all the time, yes.
All right, and we're going to pull it up in just a minute. You know what picture I'm talking about. Did you
Yes.
personally take that photo?
I did.
On the day at issue?
I did before the accident.
Okay, and it's hard to tell who the 9-year-old is there.
Thank you.
Are you on the right or left?
I'm on the right.
And Moses is on the left?
Yes.
And are you going up the ski lift?
It looks like it.
This is Defense 86. If we haven't moved for its admission, I would like to do so.
No objection.
Defendant's 86 is received.
And I notice, do you have a helmet on there?
I do.
And goggles?
Yes.
Did you always that day while on the slopes?
Yes.
Mr. Ramon testified, for instance, you were not wearing a helmet or goggles or any face covering whatsoever. True or it's not true?
I think you can see the evidence that I was wearing a helmet and goggles.
So answer my question, please.
Sorry.
Is it true or not true that at the time of the collision and in the aftermath, you were or were not wearing a helmet?
I was.
And goggles?
Correct.
Did you ski at all that day without a helmet?
No.
Is that for anonymity? I'm saying
Anonymity.
it wrong. Thanks for saying that. And also for safety or both or what?
It's for safety primarily, but yes, I like to, when I'm skiing, try to keep a low profile.
You were asked about, well, let me back up even further.
Okay.
you told me you learned to ski at Alta.
I did, actually.
Tell me a little about that.
My father was, he loved skiing, and he had learned later in life. And so he was determined for my brother and I to learn how to ski when we were young. And he used to do these really sweet one-on-one ski trips with us where he would take us to various destinations, and Alta was one of them.
And then he died young, true?
Unfortunately,
And
yes.
did you stop in his 50s? That's how I'm in my 50s, but
I'm in my 50s.
Did you
It's very
stop
young.
skiing for a while?
I did. I was pretty devastated by his death, and just being in a ski resort and on a chairlift, it was difficult for me. So I avoided it for a few years until I had my own kids, and then I heard his voice in my head thinking I should teach them how to ski.
And Brad Falchuk, you were dating him at the time.
Yes.
And now married to him?
Yes.
Were you skiing with the Coldplay guy, according to Ramon?
No.
Who's the Coldplay guy?
The Coldplay guy, I believe, he's referring to my first husband, Chris Martin. He's the singer, and he's a guitar player and a piano player in the band Coldplay.
Thank you. And did this kind of blending of the family's trip have some significance to you?
Yes, this was a significant trip for us. It was the first time Brad and I were introducing our kids and doing something together as to see if we could blend families.
There's an implication that at the time of this collision you were distracted. Were you distracted?
No.
Were you paying attention to where you were skiing?
I was.
Was there anyone in front of you?
There was not.
There's an implication that somehow you're looking at Moses up the hill to the left while you're skiing downhill. Were you doing that?
I was not.
Carrie Oakes of Deer Valley does say something in her deposition about the kids wanting you to see them or something. Were you in fact, did you all meet at the top of the hill?
I think we were 6 in our group plus our ski instructors, so we would always meet that day at the top of the chair and kind of plot out where everyone was going.
Great. Okay, the 6 people, let's just make sure we know who they are.
Myself, Brad, my stepdaughter Isabella, my daughter Apple, my son Moses, and my stepson Brody.
Okay. And then you had paid for each of the 4 kids to have their own individual instructors.
They were all very different levels, so Brad paid for his kids and I paid for mine.
All right. The $1 that I'll probably waive in closing, but not this minute. Were you planning to ski the whole day?
I was.
And did you send a little text after lunch?
Yes.
Can you bring this up? And I'm going to get this board. Has it been admitted? So good question. D110 is the text.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 110 for defendants is received.
These are kind of hard to see, and James is going to bring it up.
D110.
It's 83A is the better copy, I guess.
What are you showing?
So, Gwyneth, do you have a defense binder there?
I just have my deposition.
And so, let's give her ours. I'm going to hand you this binder. Can we move to admit 83B?
No objection.
Defense Exhibit 83B is received.
It's a little hard to see.
Okay.
And James, could you blow up the last Sort of, yes. I think we need to go back just a little more to put a date on it. Do you recall I asked you, hey, did you text anyone that day? Do you remember this?
Yes.
And this is your own personal cell phone copy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and there's a date. Sorry, it's a bad copy. February 24, sorry, February 26, 2016. Is that in fact a true and correct copy of your phone screen?
Yes.
And who were you texting with? Do you recall?
Eric Christensen, the ski instructor.
All right. So we went down Bandana. So you'd already been down that very. Oh, my board. Gonna get my board in case this is better copy. All right. Okay. Cool. Which one's you, on the right or left? Do you know? The green.
Eric is the green, and I'm the white.
Okay. Cool. We should take north side up ? That's you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go back out. And in the afternoon, let's go with the. Okay. Let's keep going down. Oh, let's go Ruby left. So you're coordinating a little bit?
Yes.
On the mountain in real time, correct?
Yes.
And then, sorry, James, I'm testing you out here. Moses wants to know if you are still skiing and where. All right, so it's 2:29, and this is, no one's thinking lawsuit yet, right?
No.
And that's you on the left with the G, and
Yes.
it says, can you read it?
It says, I came in. That guy sort of hurt me. I'm going to get a massage at 3. Gigi is here if he wants to come.
Okay, Gigi was helping with the kids?
Yeah, Gigi was our babysitter.
All right. Did you go in earlier because you had been hit?
I did, yes.
Did you personally pay for a ski pass at Deer Valley?
I did.
And was it a full day pass?
It was.
And was it, is the monetary difference between the full day pass and the half day pass more than $1?
It is.
Ms. Van Orman kept saying when you were allegedly hit. Were you hit?
I was hit.
The definition of an assault is an unauthorized touching.
Yes.
Did Mr. Sanderson touch you in an unauthorized manner?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
You may. And you should disregard the question.
Did he touch you without your permission?
He did.
The sexual part, by the way, that's just for a split second. You're thinking, what's going on here?
Yes, I was trying to put together what could possibly be happening behind me.
A scream. I think there are a couple witnesses that said they heard some noise.
Yes, when we fell.
Is it impossible you let out a noise upon being hit?
I think it's impossible that I let out a noise upon being hit because it was a very slow move. It wasn't an impact. The impact came when we fell on the ground. So it's very possible that when the impact was made, I screamed. But I do not recall making a sound until we were falling or on the ground.
Okay. So a collision, when I think of two skiers hitting each other, I think of a hit and then sort of separation between the two.
Yes.
Is that what happened with you?
No, this was very strange. It was a slow in between my skis with his skis, and then like 1,000, 2,000-ish, and then a fall.
The defense has prepared an animation exhibit that will be shown next week. Have you personally reviewed that?
I have.
And does it accurately state what you believe has occurred that day?
Yes.
Now, it's not precise in the sense that it's not actual video of the event, right? But it does a good job of sort of setting the stage
Yes.
and animating what occurred.
There needs to be some clarification as to what part of the animation he's referring to.
Agreed. It's sustained as to vagueness and
Sure.
therefore relevance.
Sure. Have you seen the animations?
I have.
All right. Not every witness saw everything. Fair to say?
Fair.
All right. For instance, you didn't see anyone in front of you, but you felt someone behind you?
Yes.
So you wouldn't possibly know, for instance, where Sanderson was coming from.
No, he was behind me.
I'm trying to satisfy the
Pardon me?
prior.
Actually leading.
Sustained?
Does the animation fairly represent your story?
It does.
One thing Craig Ramon said is that Mr. Sanderson was out cold for 2 or more minutes. Do you recall that testimony?
To be honest, he's said so many different minutes so many times, I don't recall exactly.
All right. Assume that he said minutes, that
Okay.
he was literally unconscious for minutes. Did you observe that?
That Mr. Sanderson was unconscious for minutes?
Yes.
No, he
Or-
was not.
Or unconscious at all?
I don't know. Based on what I've heard from the doctors, you can be unconscious for a split second, so it's possible he was for a split second.
So, where were you as you go down the hill?
On the right side of Bandana.
Was there a reason you were there?
I just tend to try to, especially on a crowded run, I was trying to ski, a little bit to the side and make turns.
Were you being an aggressive skier? Like, I'm gonna go
No.
as fast as I can to get
This
down.
is a green run with lots of families. Absolutely not.
It's a green run, but it's not a bunny run, right? It actually, it's one of your favorite runs?
It was one of my kids' favorite ones. They were learning.
Gotcha. Because it comes down quite a ways.
It does. It's a nice long run.
And was this toward the top, do you recall?
It was toward the top, but not at the top, if that makes sense.
Would you have observed, first of all, did you personally look and see Mr. Sanderson
On the ground?
after the event?
Yes.
And was he unconscious when you saw him?
No.
Then they're saying Eric Christensen, the Deer Valley person, came over.
Mhm.
Did you observe that?
I did.
And they're saying that he yelled aggressively toward Mr. Sanderson. Did you observe that?
He did not yell at Mr. Sanderson, no.
He's going to testify on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
From your interactions with Mr. Christensen, is that consistent with his personality to be aggressive like that?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for character evidence.
Sustained?
How many times before had you interacted with Mr. Christensen?
Well, it's a while back now, but I know that we had him teach my son Moses on at least one other occasion. He was always incredibly kind, very patient. My son was a beginner and frustrated that he couldn't ski better faster, and Mr. Christensen was incredibly patient and sweet with him.
He's a high school art teacher, I guess, on the side, or
Yes.
one of the other?
He makes pottery.
There was an early comment about a hit and run. Did you hit and run?
Absolutely not.
and Deer Valley was dismissed on that, was a prior party and was dismissed. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
I think there was an allegation that Eric Christensen did some funny business with the paperwork to protect you, his paying client.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Sustained.
Did you expect Eric Christensen to falsify his paperwork?
Of course not.
Agent and representative in the legal world, I can tell you, is a little different maybe than in the acting world.
Right.
This idea that when Eric told me to leave, I felt okay to leave.
Yes.
Just comment on that. Was that a cover-up?
No, certainly.
Your Honor, relevance?
Sustained.
Was Eric Christensen your legal representative on the mountain?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled on that.
Go ahead.
No, he was not.
Did you stick around for a while after the collision?
I did indeed.
Going back to the $1, Eric Christensen, you had paid Eric Christensen to take teach your son how to ski that day for the full day. True?
Yes.
And was his attention diverted as a result of your collision?
Yes, for a while.
And that $1 of damages, does that also take into account that fact?
I haven't quantified, if you break it out, what a Deer Valley ski instructor makes per hour, but I think it's more than $1.
The comment was the word symbolic was used, but did you in fact lose $1 or more as a result of the collision?
I did.
Did you hurt yourself? I'm sorry. Did Mr. Sanderson hurt you by hitting you?
He did.
And please explain.
Well, when we fell over, my right knee felt like it had been overstretched and my back hurt.
All right. And you got a massage but did not seek medical care. Is that what I understand?
I did not.
Eric Christensen's going to testify on Monday. He's going to say words to the effect that he heard and turned. Ramon similarly said that, didn't he?
I believe he did.
He wasn't focused just on Terry right before the incident. He heard and turned and saw them a group go down, correct?
That's what he said.
Sustained.
We'll let the jury remember then.
Move to strike that question if that wasn't even a question.
Yeah, the question, the answer, and the comment afterward are stricken. You should disregard.
Moses and Apple are coming, and Brad on Monday morning?
They are.
Missing school to do it?
Apple will be missing school, unfortunately, and Moses will be on spring break, so he will not be.
You've heard, next week you will hear from our experts, but do they 100% support your version of what occurred?
Yes.
And I said your version of what occurred, but I do mean to say what occurred. You know what occurred, right?
I absolutely do. I was there.
When they say, did anyone witness this, and Mr. Sanderson doesn't really remember things, you remember things, don't you?
I do.
Sustained.
Were you knocked out?
I was not knocked out, no.
Do you have memory loss of the event?
I do not. I mean, it was a long time ago, but.
That's fair. One moment, please. Just one quick thing. We're going to bring up a Deer Valley receipt that actually shows the amount paid.
Any objection to this exhibit? What is it? Which number is it? Any objection?
No objection.
Defendant's Exhibit 85 is received.
We want to protect an address if we needed to, but it turns out we don't need to. So there's been no objection, and James, would you bring that up? There's an address there, maybe enlarge so D85, move for admission if we haven't, and then, is this your actual receipt from Deer Valley?
Yes.
And it's in that binder in front of you if you need to look at it.
What number is the exhibit?
Yes, let me come get that. And you may. 85.
Okay. I see, thank you.
All right, it's kind of hard to see.
I can see it.
The tab between the four of you for 4 kids, couple days, nearly $9,000, eh?
That's what they charge.
I think, again, there's this assertion that because you were paying Eric Christensen, you expected him to lie for you.
Objection. This characterizes questioning, insinuations, or evidence.
Overruled. The jury will recall the evidence or the questioning and the answers before.
All right.
Does that mean I don't?
You can answer.
So.
Did you expect Eric Christensen to lie for you?
Absolutely not.
But he was on your payroll, wasn't he?
But this is what Deer Valley charges. So anytime you go and you ask for a private instructor, that's the fee, unfortunately.
Okay, and we'll let Eric talk about this on Monday.
Okay.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Van Orman?
I will be quick, and I promise that actually will stay the case. If I can find my glasses. All right. Just to follow up on a couple things you were just asked about. You were shown the text message, I think that's on that board there.
Yes.
And counsel had asked you, that text message was made before there were any lawsuits going on, right?
It was.
Okay. So are you aware that Mr. Ramon reported to the ski patrol that you hit Terry in the back about 10 minutes after the crash?
I don't understand the question.
That's not in evidence.
Are you aware that Mr. Ramon, about 10 minutes after the accident, reported to ski patrol that you struck Mr. Sanderson in the back?
I don't think so.
Okay. If that report was made 10 minutes after the crash, that was long before a lawsuit was even contemplated as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned about keeping a low profile. You like to keep a low profile
When skiing.
When you're skiing, correct. Does screaming at the top of your lungs profanities at Mr. Sanderson when he's on the ground keeping a low profile?
After an incident like that where you feel hurt and violated, unfortunately, adrenaline can take over and emotion as well.
Okay. And counsel had asked you about touching you without your permission. I just want to make clear, as we didn't do the little
Dance.
Thank you. Yeah, the little dance. But when I tried to reenact it with myself, which is, I'm sure I'll get crap for that later from my children, it was the front of his body that you believe touched you, right?
Yes.
Not his arms, not his hands.
Correct.
Okay. And when you guys fell to the ground, you landed on him. He did not land on you.
That's right.
Okay. All right. You screamed when you fell?
What I remember, the first time I remember yelling was at Mr. Sanderson after the accident, but it's possible that I could have yelled when we were falling.
Okay. And then you've described and you've kind of put with your fingers how Mr. Sanderson's skis went in between yours. Do you have any explanation how somebody, if you're moved, because you were moving, right?
Yes.
He's moving.
Yep.
How somebody could, I'm just going to call it thread the needle, stick. How can somebody, as they're moving down this hill, have the ability to put their skis in between yours when they're like 18 inches apart?
I don't know, but that's what happened.
Okay. You testified that this was a crowded run?
There were people on the run.
Okay, but you've just said when I asked you questions earlier, nobody was in front of you.
Nobody was directly in front of me, no.
Okay. Were there people in your vision in front of you?
There were people on the run.
Okay. It was crowded.
It was, I think it was moderately crowded on that day.
Okay. And some of the people were your daughter and Carrie Oakes down below, and your son and Eric Christensen to the left and up a little bit.
I believe so.
Okay. And you've mentioned that Mr. Christensen was kind and patient with your son.
He was.
Okay.
Very much so.
All right. You did pay him a lot and tip him well.
I paid Deer Valley Resort. I don't know what the resort pays their instructors, so that would be a question for them.
Do you tip Mr. Christensen well?
I hope so.
Okay. Me too. But I would hope also if you're going to use this, you'd had him as an instructor before, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would expect him to be kind and patient with your son.
Well, he was kind and patient the first time, which is why we asked to have him again.
Okay. Great. You said that you stuck around, but while you stuck around, you never asked Mr. Sanderson if he was okay.
Correct, because he had hit me and I was very upset.
All right. You still didn't think it would be appropriate to ask somebody if they're all right?
Mr. Christensen asked if he was okay, and he said he was. Meaning Mr. Sanderson.
I think you said that he mumbled it.
He said, I'm okay.
Okay. You've been asked a number of questions about the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
You were asked in your deposition, were you not, to your understanding, you're making a claim for the sum of $1 as a symbolic loss, right?
Yes.
And you said correct. Yes?
That's right.
Okay. And then I also asked you in your deposition, are you telling me now you're making a claim for more than the sum of $1? Do you remember what your response was?
I don't remember.
You said no. That's not the case, though, is it?
Your Honor,
it's a yes or no.
That's an improper question. She gave the answer.
Overruled?
It's a yes or no. Are you making a claim more than $1 in this case?
Now I am, yes.
Thank you. No other questions.
Mr. Owens?
Actually, sorry, before that, one more. What's changed between now and when I took your deposition in 2020?
What do you mean?
Well, in 2020, you said No, I'm not. Now you said now you are. What's changed?
Well, you're making so for me, as I said, there's a delineation between the $1 that I would receive and the lawyer's fees being reimbursed, which is not to me.
Okay, so then now you're not changing your position.
No.
Okay, so you've always been seeking more than $1.
At the time of the deposition, I was seeking $1 for myself. And I don't recall at the time of the deposition if we were also asking for the lawyer's fees reimbursement.
Well, I'll represent to you that that was pled in the counterclaim. I could show you a copy if you'd like.
I'm sure you could.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with
That in the counterclaim where you have sued my client and how I got involved on this case,
Yes.
that you had asked for $1 plus attorney's fees?
I am asking for $1 plus reimbursement of attorney's fees, or that they're being paid.
And you've done that from day one since you filed the counterclaim against Mr. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to pull up P3, which I think has been admitted. It's the Deer Valley report by Eric Christensen. And for Gwyneth, do you know what the email is? So can I come? May I?
You may.
I'm going to just show you D3 here.
Okay.
It's not the same. Do you know what our Deer Valley position is? I'll tell you what. Would you come down? I have a laser here. If I need it, it's a little red thing. Did you see this on the first day of testimony? And James, maybe do the top third. This is Christensen's report.
Yes.
It says male skier took her out from behind. Is
Yes.
that what happened?
Yes.
This report is accurate?
Very.
I didn't see it, but heard her scream as she went down. Do you dispute that?
I don't.
I skied directly to her. Did he do that?
He did, yes.
The man was behind her. Both were in discomfort. Is that all true?
Yes.
During lunch, she talked of being stiff and sore. Is that a true statement?
It is.
Can we go to the second, third now, please? I'm glad you can see it on your monitor. We had a hard time getting those going. All right, I'm going to look here. It says on the right there, a patroller came by to check on everyone. Do you have a memory of that?
I don't.
All right.
I'm afraid.
And then the bottom third, please.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that this goes beyond the scope of my redirect, cross, etc.
Your Honor, I'm addressing this because she was asked additional questions about sort of who hit to. First thing male skier stated was that she, meaning you, appeared right in front of him. All right. Did you hear that?
No.
Do you dispute it occurred?
No.
Thus admitting he was the uphill skier.
He was.
She never saw him because he came in from behind.
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Sanderson in front of you?
No, he was behind me.
Did you have a lash in your eye or otherwise have some eyesight problem?
Nope, I still have 20/20. I need reading glasses though.
Were you blind in one eye and limited in the other?
No.
I think there's a reference here that given your height and Mr. Sanderson less height, less being less tall, that somehow you couldn't have felt him against your back. Can you just comment on that?
Well, he was uphill of me, so he was higher than me, and he pressed whatever of his body against my back when his skis slid between mine.
Were you standing still when the skis came between you?
No, I was gently skiing, and he kind of gently skied right into me.
Does that mean Mr. Sanderson was going faster than you were going?
No, it wasn't an impact.
Okay, well...
Until we hit the ground.
To come up upon you...
Yes.
I guess he had to have been skiing a little faster than you. Fair?
I don't know, because he was behind me, so I don't know what he was doing.
All right. Ramon said that Sanderson had his head downhill, spread eagle, out cold. Did you observe that?
No.
Was his head downhill?
Your Honor, objection goes beyond the scope.
I think you're going beyond the scope.
Your Honor, she was asked about, I'll move on, but she was asking about where people were.
She did ask for people landed in her redirect or recross, so you can go into that.
Thanks. So you heard Ramon say spread eagle, head down, right?
I did.
Out cold.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have noticed if he had been spread eagle? First, just comment on that. Yes or no?
Objection leading.
Sustained?
Just comment. Like, I did see him spread eagle, or he did not. I'm trying to be as broad as I can on that.
Well, that's leading.
Okay.
It's made on Friday.
It is? That is true. Was your head, when you came to arrest, downhill?
Both of our heads were in the same direction, uphill.
So Ramon said they were both downhill.
That is incorrect. The expert today even said it was impossible for him to get lift off, and so that's just not what happened.
The comment was that you cursed at him. Why didn't you say, pardon me, sir, I think you inadvertently ran into me? Why didn't you do that in a nice, calm manner?
Again, I felt violated. I was upset. I was worried about my knee. My back hurt. It felt violating to have somebody press their body against my back. I was full of adrenaline. I was really upset, and I'm sorry that I cursed.
I think Ramon said something like someone gave him the stink eye. Your Coldplay buddy, who wasn't your Coldplay buddy, but gave him the stink eye or something to that effect.
I don't remember that.
A mean look.
I don't know who that would have been, and I don't remember.
Brad probably wasn't too happy that someone had hurt his girlfriend.
Objection beyond the scope.
I'll let it go. Who hit who?
Objection asked and
Oh my
answered.
gosh.
I want it.
What a waste of time.
Sustained.
3 words, Your Honor.
Asked and answered.
We'll let it go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross.
It's 5 o'clock. We're done. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the jury, let me just give you the same instruction that I have given you a few times. So we're recessing now until 9 a.m. on Monday morning. And so you'll be on your own over the weekend. Before we recess, I need to remind you of the following instruction. Please do not discuss this case with anyone, including other jurors. Please do not attempt to learn anything about the case outside of the courtroom, including from other jurors. Please avoid radio, TV, internet, and newspaper reports on this case. Please keep an open mind throughout the presentation of the evidence, and please do not form or express an opinion on this case until such time as it is finally submitted to you for deliberations. And the final instruction is have a great weekend. step down, and you can leave too.
Can I excuse my client?
Yes.
Your Honor, we may call our client in our case. Any objection to that?
No.
Okay. And
I mean, I don't know if they have an objection, but it would be proper because you're limited by the scope of cross before.
thank you. Can we sit for a minute because I'm not quite
Sure.
done?
Is there anything we should address before the weekend? I know there's a brief that's due by the defendants rather by noon on Sunday.
That's right.
There is one other thing we should probably talk about is timing.
sorry?
We need to talk about timing on witnesses. I know
Yes,
that
that's
you've
what
got.
I wanna talk
Yeah,
about.
okay, great.
Let's talk.
Anything else for the court?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
So how are we going to, in theory, they were supposed to rest today. I'm not complaining. I mean, there's one more witness, as I understand it, which is Terry Sanderson. Can the plaintiffs confirm?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
All right, so
So
we're,
on Monday morning, we'll start with Mr. Sanderson.
no.
Okay.
I need to be heard on this.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't say no to you, Your Honor. We have 7 witnesses lined up because there was no question that plaintiffs were going to rest on Friday. So, 7 people are all lined up back to back. And Mr. Sanderson's here, and I didn't expect them. We sort of flip-flop this in a way because they've heard from plaintiff, they've heard from the defendant before. We've never even heard from the plaintiff. But I have back-to-back witnesses Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, which leaves Mr. Sanderson to testify on Thursday next week. It is possible that almost all of these people have flown in from out of state to be very precise on timing. And I don't think we should be punished. I think I raised this several times, like I need to set up our witnesses. And I'm talking about 16 witnesses, very busy physicians out of state. My client's family is coming in just for this and then leaving. So I'm not critical. We are where we are, but I made it clear multiple times that and I don't want to be limited in my time for Mr. Sanderson.
And Your Honor,
So what's the request?
That
That
we
we take
work,
witnesses out of
we
order?
work in Sanderson when we
Okay.
can.
All right. And what's the plaintiff's position on that request?
Object to that.
What do you propose happen?
We have a case, and we'd like to have it finished so that we can rest appropriately. Terry Sanderson is an important part of that case. We have a right to put him on. Now, I don't want to throw stones here, but there's a lot of reasons why this took longer than it should have, okay? And it's not our fault. We worked as hard as we could. So, I think we take Terry Sanderson on Monday. We will have him for about an hour.
Yeah, I'm taking his direct, and I will commit to the court that we will be done with direct in an hour.
Okay.
And so I think we do that, and we fit him in as we can. I mean, we had problems too. You know, we caught a witness short. They get out of town, that happens.
And after that witness, then you'll be resting?
Yes.
Okay.
So this puts me at a bad position, Your Honor, with my witnesses. I raised this multiple times. We're going to rest on Friday. We're going to rest on Friday. We're going to rest on Friday. Some of these are Deer Valley people. This is the best snow year in 20 years. They're losing income by coming. And some of them, for instance, can come during a 2-hour window.
That's how tight it is.
Is anyone in the 9 to 10 window?
Yes, so it goes Moses, it's probably going to go this way. Moses, Apple, Brad, Eric Christensen, Whitney Smith, Steve Graff. Right now, we're not calling Carrie Oakes, and she's not under subpoena.
And why can't the family members be called later?
It's true that Carrie Oakes, actually, I don't think we've made a final decision on. Your question once more, I'm sorry.
Why can't the family members be called later?
They're missing school. They're taking flights in, flights out. I promised them they'd be on and off that morning. And I did that on some good faith basis here that we're going to start our case on Monday morning.
Okay, well, here's my ruling, is that I agree with Mr. Sykes. The plaintiff has their case. They're entitled to put their case on. What I'm hearing is that there's one more hour before they rest. You don't have to cross-examine the plaintiff at that time. If you have witnesses that you need to put on right away, you can call the plaintiff in your case. And it sounds as though, well, you'll have to make some adjustments for that 1 hour. I think it's a reasonable way to look at it. Sure. I mean, I've ruled, do you?
It's something related to what Mr. Owens just said. It was our understanding Carrie Oakes was subpoenaed by the defendant.
Yeah, we were counting on that.
She's a very key witness, and we understand she was subpoenaed for this trial. And we are counting on her being called during the verification.
Called when? Oh, okay.
There's
Well,
no
I don't
subpoena.
think he's outlined all the witnesses he's calling.
But he did represent that he's not sure if she's been subpoenaed.
I know she has not been subpoenaed.
Well, you've got the weekend to subpoena her.
Well, we relied on them.
On
We didn't
who?
want to have to call her and have her here twice. We relied on their statement that they would call her, and that's the problem.
Coordinated with their counsel
Yeah.
too, to that.
And-
to
If
that
she's
effect.
unavailable, then we'd ask to read her deposition.
Yeah, see if you can work it out over the weekend, get her here, and if not, we can do the deposition.
That really is, because we relied on that.
So I need to
We relied on that.
So I don't represent Deer Valley, just
So you know, Deer Valley has a lawyer. He's been involved through the whole thing. You've seen my correspondence with him. You can show me any emails. I'll stand by whatever I said.
Yeah, I don't
But
think,
I don't control these people.
it's Friday afternoon, past 5 o'clock. I only want to hear what I absolutely have to hear so that I can prepare for Monday morning.
Can I just say one last thing? The defense told us Carrie Oakes was in her case, going to be heard on.
Right over my head. Hear about it formally, rather than, I guess, just comments flowing back and forth, lawyer to lawyer. I'd like to hear about it. I'd like you to lay out what is the issue, what do you want me to decide, and what are the facts that support that?
Fair request, we'll do that for you.
Okay.
I want to put one thing on the record. We have provided to plaintiffs highlighted testimony of Jenny Sanderson, who's our witness on Tuesday, March 28th.
So have you provided the plaintiffs with your expected witness list for Monday?
I just outlined it.
Have you got everything you need over here for Monday?
What was that list one more time then?
Okay.
So the order might need to be jostled.
And then the other thing is that the parties are going to get together about redacting any personal information on the exhibits.
And what I'd like to do, Judge, is have both sides, so we don't have to admit everything and take extra time. Let's just do one motion to admit all the exhibits, both sides.
Well,
Fair enough?
if referenced.
Unless there's an objection, obviously.
If they've been referenced in the trial, not if they haven't been.
You guys work that out, and we'll
Yep.
address it maybe at 8:30 on Monday morning. Actually, I think I have a hearing at 8:30 on Monday morning. I do, I have a hearing at 8:30 on Monday morning. So it'll have to be at 8 o'clock if there's anything that the court needs to address. Okay?
Your Honor, do you plan to address that motion that we're going to send you some briefing on
Do
by
I
Sunday
need
at
to
noon?
before we start on Monday, or could it be done after hours on Monday?
I'd say
Huh?
after.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
not
think
one
you
of the
need to.
witnesses.
That's correct.
All right, we'll look at doing it after hours then. All right, have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.